very room. You can see it when you look out your window or when you turn on your television. You can feel it when you go to work, when you go to church, when you pay your taxes. It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. What truth? That you are a slave, Neo. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison that you cannot smell or taste or touch. A prison for your mind. Unfortunately, no one can be told what the Matrix is. You have to see it for yourself. This is your last chance. After this, there is no turning back. You take the blue pill, the story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe. You take the red pill, you stay in Wonderland, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. Remember, all I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
Welcome, everybody. Once again, it's day 2 of the, where are we? Red Pill Expo. Come on. We got the morning crowd here. And those of you watching around the world, it could be evening, could be nighttime. But this is an opportunity, once again, to, let's say, engage in what we're really here to do. So many of us maybe grew up in a wide range of illusions of what life was supposed to be or what we were perceived it to be or what others told us to perceive it to be. And then one day you wake up and said, that doesn't fit anymore. It's just something, if I can utilize more of a spiritual context, you've heard the term divine discontent. You're going through life, you're making your way, but something is just not adding up. And you're driven to find out what that is. You're driven to go deeper. That's the whole concept. When in 1999, this movie, The Matrix, came out that said, my gosh, they did a documentary about life. Yet it was science fiction. Welcome, everybody. My name is Robert Scott Bell. Honored to be your MC today, and whatever I can to smooth the energies as we move through the day with various guest speakers that are bringing aspects of this concept of red pill to our reality together. One of the interesting things I've found that once you begin to see through a lot of these illusions, the first moments you might become the zealot for a new reality. You want to shake everybody by the collar and go, did you know? Can you believe? And yet many times your friends, relatives, neighbors, loved ones suddenly look at you with different eyes and wonder what had happened to you. You know, they say, you're the crazy one. And yet I believe that we are the sane ones that can see through all of this. Yet how do we help those who don't yet want to be helped? How do we reach out to those that are not ready to take this proverbial red pill? That is a level of discernment that I would ask, maybe, how have you figured it out? I know I've had some trials and tribulations to figure that out as well. And as we open today's event, we are going to visit through the harsh realities of what can happen when you have taken the red pill and you're standing up for something you believe in, yet the whole world stands against you, or at least it appears that way. And for many, that happened on January 6th, the J6 concept. And so we're going to open with an experience like that. A musician, rock and roll musician, playing metal, enjoying life and just jamming out, says there's something wrong. And you go to DC at a time of great upheaval and transition. Which direction are we going as a country? And just by being present there, you became at least according to those red pillars, a criminal. And it becomes much more harsh when the red pillars look at you as such a threat that they want to put you in a prison cell, not just of the mind, but actual a physical cell and lock you down. And a lot of people this happened to, who simply were caught up in the excitement of transformation change, that maybe we could be moving more toward freedom and less toward various forms of slavery. And we witnessed that, most of us from afar, but some were right there. And they were hammered by the experience unexpectedly. And then eventually, there were some maybe positive things that came out of it, and some of those things we might learn about today. So as we open again, my name is Robert Scott Bell. I do a show 7 days a week. For those of you who don't know about it, it's a show about health, freedom, foundationally and fundamentally. But in my radio years, they didn't know what kind of show I was. Are you a health show? Are you a freedom show? Are you a political show? Are you like, this is about life and how we apply the principles that we find into every aspect of our lives. And that includes, for me, the healing realm. When I started discovering how much I was lied to by the medical profession about my own body and ailments and illnesses and diseases, I was not one that could stop there. And I start pulling a thread and I go, wait, they lied to me about that too? And then I looked at the money thing. I looked at the government, the history of so many things. And we find out most of it is an illusion weaved for us, through us, and over us, so that we don't see into what we call this matrix of illusion. So I'm grateful to G. Edward Griffin, as I so many of you are, because his books, his writings, his talks have woken many people up to see things a little bit differently, or a lot bit differently. And that you're here tells me all about the courage to face a harsh reality that maybe you were born into something you didn't know, and now you're knowing it a little bit or a lot of it, and you're here to learn about it and also share about it. So feel good about yourself. You're one of the sane ones. You are. Thank you for being here at the Red Pill Expo. So let's start. I'm going to introduce John, but he's not going to come up yet because there's a video. There was apparently a contest. They'll talk about it, where they produced a video about these experiences of the J6ers, because he is an internationally recognized heavy metal musician, founder of the popular band Iced Earth. And I think we got some of the band members in the audience here. I wanted him to come up and do an impromptu concert, but we are going to hear some of the music. Member of the Sons of Liberty. His high visibility in the U.S. Capitol on January 6th, he became a target of those J6 political attacks and became a prisoner. And eventually, thank God, he received a presidential pardon in 2025. So he'll share his story. But first, let's rock and roll with a little music video, shall we? Yeah? Hit it, guys.
An act of stealth, a silent coup d'etat. Corrupted leaders have hijacked freedom. Acting interests, these ill-designing men frame the master plan to enslave a nation. A sinister design to fleece the common man. A massive Ponzi scheme, the catcher of our land. This is the land of Oz. Research it, you will see. The men behind the curtain are scared of you and me. system hijacked freedom's brightest hope. The creature from Jekyll Island. Corruption is the cause of all our woes. Call it what it is. These global-based rats. Arrest them and their pawns. We'll take our world back. I'm here to tell you now. You better take a stand before we lose it all. Enslavement is their plan. Misery, misery, conspiracy, conspiracy, tyranny, tyranny. The creature from Jekyll Island. The system hijacked freedom's brightest hope. The creature from Jekyll Island. Corruption is the cause of all our woes. We know you manipulate the markets and blow out the economy. You create recession and depression so that you can consolidate and steal wealth from the middle class. We are awake and we will rise up. The answer to 1984 is 1776. We are agents of free humanity, and we are here to stand against your tyranny. It's the Fed. It's the Fed. It's the Fed. It's the Educate yourself. Who really runs the scheme? Who causes all the wars? Who really pulls the strings? Andrew Jackson said, by God, I'll rout you out. And if we stand as one, we'll cast the demons out. The creature from Jekyll Island. The system hijacked freedom's brightest hope. The creature from Jekyll Island. Corruption is the cause of all our woes. The creature from Jekyll Island. The system hijacked freedom's brightest hope. The creature from Jekyll Island. Corruption is the cause of all our woes.
Oh, man. Nothing like a heavy metal morning. That was awesome. Let's welcome to the Red Pill Expo stage for the first time, rock and roll legend, I'll call him that now, John Schaefer. John, come on up, buddy. That was amazing. You got to tell us the story of that. And who knew that G. Edward Griffin would be in a heavy metal video?
I know.
Is that cool?
What about that? I think that guy had me going to the gym a little more than normal too.
You're looking good, man, considering what you've been through. So this is his first time up on the stage doing this. So let's, again, give him a big round of applause. And, man, he's got stories to tell. So have at it, and I'll be here for you.
Right on. Thank you, brother.
You have your notes.
So it's a pleasure to be with you this morning. My name is John Schaefer, and I'm the founder and chief songwriter of the band Iced Earth. What you just saw was another band of mine called Sons of Liberty. This music was disappeared after the events of J6, scrubbed from the internet. And obviously that bothered me a little bit. I guess it was over the target. So we did a remix of this, and the plan was to launch the album in physical format, vinyl and CDs, on July 4th. So that happened. And in the process, we did a video contest Because back when this album originally came out in 2009, the fans organically started making their own videos. I put it out for free. Mr. G, I called to get his blessing, spoke to him about the song and the idea, and that was in 2009, and he suggested that I go on InfoWars and release it, because I said I wanted to release it for free to get the message out, encourage people to copy this music, hand it out at protests, get the word out there. And so they started making YouTube videos and lyric videos before lyric videos were really a thing for a marketing tool in the music industry. And so this time around, I decided to launch a contest and just see what the fans could come up with, knowing that we have a whole nother level of technology now. So the winner of this, his name's Matt Gibson. He's from California. He lives in Bulgaria, works over there. And I just think it's just pretty amazing. So it was clear when I saw that that was going to be number one. So thank you, Matt, for that. So I was a J6 political prisoner. And we're going to discuss that more in detail, but I want to take you a little bit on my journey, how I got to where I am today, and Mr. G's role in my awakening and the scales beginning to fall from my eyes. So we have a big problem, as you are all aware. The scales are falling from people's eyes. It's happening. It's not happening as fast as we would like. Because as Robert said, you want to shake people. When it hits you, when you see. But we're only seeing part of it. And all the different rabbit holes that you go down, it can be overwhelming. You want your fellow humans to wake up. Because there are evil forces at work that want to destroy us and enslave us. That's what they want. And the problem in our culture is that we have this victim mentality. It is the antithesis to American. Absolutely. Because we are the culmination of our ancestors. We need to remember that. And of course, they've taken that away from us. They don't focus on everything from memorizing dates as if that's important in your history class to actually understanding what they stood for and what they fought for. Because that's what matters. So it's my wish, my preference is that we would be able to break out of the victim mindset and get back to being those rugged individualists that our ancestors were. And we are. It's still in there. That God spark is in every one of you. So I'm just a Hoosier, born in 1968 in Indiana, small town. I started getting into music at a really young age. I mean, 3 years old, I'm hearing Deep Purple and Black Sabbath because my older sister was into it, and I just heard heavy rock and heavy metal guitars, and I was like, whoa, that's me somehow. And so, as I grew, I started getting more into, those bands and Alice Cooper and Kiss and, all of it. And then the new wave of British heavy metal came along later. But the defining moment when I decided I'm going to start a band and we're going to make it, and failure is not an option, was in 1979 when I convinced my dad to take me to see Kiss. And I was 11 years old. I was like, that's it. It's going to happen. And it took me a few more years to convince him to buy a guitar. I would not stop, and he finally submitted, got me one, and I taught myself how to play. A couple buddies showed me a few chords, but I immediately started coming up with my own parts. I didn't care about learning my heroes' music. I wanted to do my own. Yeah, I learned Smoke on the Water. Okay, I'm guilty, just like every other guitar player out there. Maybe the Iron Man riff, did that. But I was, already into doing poetry, basically, because it was my idea. In my mind, there were songs already, but there was no melody yet, so they were poems. But I was moving in that direction as a writer, and it became my passion and the entire reason that I went through the grind of being in a heavy metal band. And I'll say this, and it's a little odd. When I split from home as a teenager to start the band, the founding fathers were my inspiration, as weird as that sounds, to never surrender, not quit, don't give up, no matter how hard the challenge is, to make your dreams, your goals come true, because you can do that. And so I split from home. We went to my very dear friend of mine was the drummer without a drum set. We just had an idea and we were going for it. And we split to Florida and we started. And so that was the beginnings of everything. And in 1985, actually shortly before we left, January 20th, 1985, I had officially started the band called Purgatory. That was an Iron Maiden song title. Thought it sounded cool. So I'm not Catholic, but that's the name. That was the name of a song that I liked, and I thought it'd be a cool band name. So we went with that, and then met like-minded musicians down in Tampa and put a band together. But not too long after I got down there, I had a way of getting in trouble. And even back in Indiana, it was the main catalyst where I finally said, this is it. I'm go on my own, start my life. My best friend from childhood got killed in a motorcycle accident. And we were partying. He showed up. He had already been partying. He showed up at our home, and my parents were gone. And there was a bunch of us hoodlums partying and carrying on, doing things teenagers do. And he got it in his head he wanted to go tell a friend in school that he was in love with her. And it was clear that he was a little too wasted to be getting on a bike. And as much as I regret not tackling his ass and taking him off of that bike, because he was stubborn, boy. So am I, guilty. But didn't. And a few minutes later, we're back up in my bedroom, and my buddy Greg's girlfriend, he was the drummer that we ended up going to Florida, she said, we heard sirens way off in the distance. And she said, I have a very bad feeling about Bill. And we're like, he's going to be all right. It's fine. My mom shakes me awake at 5 a.m., 6 a.m., whatever. She's getting ready for work in the morning, and it's on the news that he had been killed. So that was a bitter pill. And, I was a pallbearer at the funeral, and I decided then, and I could have graduated in my junior year. Could have graduated early, but I hated the indoctrination. I hated school. I went to a Lutheran school 5 years in grade school, and that was definitely better education than the public school. But I had rebelled against the the idea of God and religion because of the behaviors of the people that were there. And this is a problem that we have in Christianity is people are flawed and people make mistakes. All of this stuff took many years because I'm hard-headed and stiff-necked and heavy metal dude, full-on rebel, years of my band was on the road for decades, and sometimes it was like Motley Crue on that bus, and sometimes it was like a library where we're really reading and studying and talking, and so a lot of different energies through those decades. But this is all part of the journey, and it is the tragedies and it's the hardships that are opportunities for growth, to become stronger, to build character. So we shouldn't look at these hardships as that we're victims, because that automatically feeds the enemy. We have an enemy, we do. And I believe that through my journey of awakening, that I've realized that we are absolutely in a spiritual war. And as much as I tried to resist God trying to get my attention for years, and you can see the battle in my lyrical content, I have put out somewhere, I don't know, 17, 18 studio albums between my various bands and projects, and probably like 30 releases with live albums and compilations and EPs and blah, blah. And if I just look back, which I did after J6, thought about my career, my life path, it's clear that there was a struggle, an internal struggle going on, and God was trying to get my attention. And I was having that war inside of me. And through this, knowing something's wrong and being angry about it, I was angry about it. There was this sort of righteous indignation that came out. I was born into a family where my mother was from a Democrat family, and my father, a Republican family. But they were loyal Americans. They could have civil discourse when there would be family gatherings. They would get together, and there was no hatred. There was just difference of opinion. But we're Americans. We're in this together, right? You remember those days? You remember what it was like in 1976 during the bicentennial? That was huge for me. I mean, I was 8 years old, and I was inhaling as many books as I could about the founding for whatever reason. Since I was a little kid, it has been like in there, like there's something that's special. God worked in this country. There's no chance that this band of rebels would have been able to pull off what they did against the biggest empire that ever existed without God's divine hand. I didn't appreciate that then. I was always leaning on my own strength, my own understanding, their strength, their understanding, because I had pushed God out of my life because of what I was judging as bad behavior from people that were supposed to be Christians. We're all in the fallen state. Boy, sometimes it takes going through some really heavy stuff to be able to rattle you, to see what is really going on. I look at the way it was for the 250th just on July 4th, and I had to go out to New Hampshire because that's where the fulfillment company is for Sons of Liberty and for Iced Earth and my bands. They make the merchandise and they ship the orders to the fans, and I had to sign several hundred items and for the July 4th release. And I'm going there and it's like, this is the 250th birthday of our country coming, and there's like nothing out there celebrating it. And I know their morale is high in some areas and stuff, but it's just the morale in our country is low. And I understand that. But it's also been under attack. The founding principles have been under attack. Everything that they fought for has been under attack. And then our kids don't even get taught what it was really about to begin with. They're all racists and fascists and whatever. And that's about as deep as the argument goes. I'm calling you that. There's so much more to it. This is not a black and white issue. I just hope and pray every day for our country that we can get back pointed more towards freedom. Because at the end of the day, this is a completely different, this is a war of ideas. I mean, the collectivism mindset of groupthink versus understanding that you are a unique individual. You have that God spark in you. You have individual rights. The founders knew that. And this is somehow, we got captured 100 years ago, 125 years ago. There's debate, but they've rotted us from the inside. That's obvious. And it's up to us. It's up to each one of us to push back on that narrative peacefully and just revive that American spirit, because what happens here matters. I know this is a worldwide situation, and I care about all the people of the world. Fortunately, I've been able to play in over 100 countries. I toured the world for decades. And that's the beautiful thing about something like heavy metal. It's a lifestyle, right? So when you go into a country, nobody's talking about politics. It's the music bringing people together. That's what the uniting factor is, the concert. Meet your fans, you understand that their point of view, you see that they're the same. They're just human beings that want to live their life. They want to live and let live. They want to be as free as possible. They want to take care of their families. That's what they want. It's the same. It doesn't matter where you go. If you go into Asia, if you go into Europe, you go into Central America, South America. We've played in the Middle East. We've played in Israel. We went to Tunisia. We've been to Russia. We've been to China. We've been to Australia, New Zealand. We've been all over the place. People are the same. They want the same thing. People are not the same in the groupthink way, but they want, generally, the reasonable people want the same thing. They want to be as free as possible. They want to live their lives and really be left alone. There are those of us that I believe are chosen, and you're in this room tonight, and those of you that are out there around the world that are checking out the live stream, God put you here for a time, as this moment in time. We are on the precipice. There's no doubt about that. Something is changing in a radical way. And it's a choice, because it is only through our acquiescence that we allow this agenda to push forward. We have got to educate ourselves. We have got to get active. Mr. G, you are a legend. I love you, brother. been an important part of the growth of my awakening and set me on this journey to have another level of understanding. And I'm honored to be with you because after many years, we were finally able to make this happen. I'm honored to be with all of you. So I'm going to skip through some of the stuff with the band, but let's get to the point to where I had gotten into pretty significant burnout back in the 2008, maybe it was early 2009, and decided to take a month-long vacation with my family because I hadn't taken one for maybe 8 years. Just touring, recording, touring. So I went to Honduras and did a lot of scuba diving, disconnected, man. No phones. I told my manager, don't contact me unless somebody dies because I don't want a phone, don't want a computer, don't want to deal with anything. You have the number of the resort, I'm out for a month. And in that time, I started to wake up. Like I started to feel human again. It was just being with nature, being relaxed and calm and away from all the noise, away from the propaganda, from the billboards and the commercials and the TV and all the crap that we're hit with constantly. It was amazing. And when I got back home, there was a train of events, and one of those events was going through and reading the summary chapters in The Creature from Jekyll Island. And I don't know what happened. It was a spiritual event. I felt like at one moment, an enormous weight was lifted off of my shoulders, and I could see. And tears were pouring down my face, but I could see. And they say you can't handle the truth. I'm here to tell you that's the only thing that you can actually handle. What you can't handle is being lied to constantly. Nobody can handle that. That's what causes confusion, mental illness, anger, depression. You go down the list. That's the attack of the enemy. They're hitting us at every angle. These demonic entities, these forces. So the lies, the constant lies about everything, 2 + 2 = 5, racist, that's the kind of stuff we're dealing here, this Orwellian insanity. You guys know that. I'm just hoping that there's some people on the live stream that may be checking this out and they're wondering, all this crazy stuff about John Schaefer and, the January 6th thing and, I like his music, but what's this all about? Maybe there's some of them around the world that are listening. In 2009, because of that experience, that awakening experience, at the time I didn't know that it was God moving in me, but clearly I know that now. Put it on my heart to do music exposing this and to start the Sons of Liberty project, which is it's a side project. It's not my main band. It was a passion project. I wanted to write a record that would make Sam Adams proud. I wanted to plant those seeds, those brush fires of freedom in the minds of the people with ears to hear, eyes to see, and that have the stones to stand up and do what's right. And that was the whole point of it. And I called Mr. G, reached out to him, and wanted to get his blessing on writing a song called Jekyll Island, which is that AI video that we opened with. And we talked on the phone, and he thought it was a great idea, a great way to reach younger people and to spread the word. So I did it with his blessing. And then the songs just poured, and it goes into some of the historical events of the founding era, the all-consuming tyranny that's unfolding around us. It was kind of a wake-up call. But I got immediate backlash from the music media, which is just fake news. I mean, it's just as bad as all the rest of it. Calling it extremism and this and that, and all your typical talking points that are just put out there to feed the NPCs something to say, I guess. I don't really know. I've always been unapologetically American. Now, my ancestry, German, Irish, and Cherokee Indian. But I am absolutely 100% red-blooded American. 100%. I love this country. I don't love the empire. I don't love what it's become, but I love those founding principles and what it stood for. So that was the whole point of naming the project Sons of Liberty. It went out, got a lot of backlash from it. I did Alex's show. Actually, Mr. G set that up and did Judge Napolitano's show on a Friday. This would have been in 2010 when an actual CD version came out. And then Eddie, interesting thing, I went to Freedom Fest after the judge's show with some of the crew members. This is back when he was on Fox, 2010. And we went there, and those guys were big fans of the record, and Mr. G, and Judge Napolitano was a super cool guy. And then on the Sunday, that was a Friday, on Sunday I did Eddie Trunk's show. Eddie Trunk is there, Sirius XM. I'm at the top of Rockefeller Center, in the top floor, doing an interview on the air about all of these things. And it's nationwide. And he opened it up for calls, and they were coming in from all over the country. So we do the interview. It's like, okay, that's cool. Another interview. And the limo picks me up, takes me to my hotel. And halfway, we're in New York City, and halfway from the time the limo picked me up to get to my room, the Sons of Liberty website was shut down. That's 2010. And you know what was so dangerous on that website? A reading list. Number 1, The Creature from Jekyll Island. But 20 other books, documentaries to check out. And all it said, use your power of discernment. Think for yourself. That's it. A reading list and some documentaries. And that was so threatening that it had to be disappeared. So I was like, man, this is weird, because a lot of my contemporaries, they talk, they say these things in a sort of veiled way. But I guess when you're over the target, it's more of a threat, like specifically pointing to, this is the problem. So that was one of the steps. But because of the pushback of what I received on Sons of Liberty, I decided with Iced Earth, with the Dystopia record, the title Dystopia, not by accident, to try to do it in a way that was a little more veiled within the Something Wicked universe, within the typical Iced Earth framework, to still put out an important messaging. One being that eventually they're going to forcefully vaccinate you. And then the next record was Plagues of Babylon, which was another allegorical zombie apocalypse. Government unleashes the plague, turns the zombies against guys like us. A little bit allegorical, but so I still always tried to put something real into the music to hopefully get people to think and not put up with as much gaff from the fake news media and the fake metal news. It's been an interesting journey. I became a political atheist after I was a big Ron Paul supporter for his 2008 campaign in 2012. And he was popular, loving, and so smart. And so he is. God bless, he's still with us. And so good. Obviously, the system couldn't have a guy like that. They had to marginalize him, pretend like he didn't exist. He's drawn 50 times more people than any of these clowns were to his events, to his speeches. And they pretended like he wasn't there. So I got disgusted with it, and I was out. I was just like, I'm done with this. So I'm not a Trump sycophant. I was there on January 6th. I voted for Trump in 2020. I did not in 2016. I withdrew from federal elections. Like, I'm out. I'm going to focus on the local and the state. But then the thing that made me interested is that I had never in my lifetime seen the media attack. You always have your fake left-right outrage, but this was different. This was like a full-on assault from every level. And then you had all these fake rhinos that were against him too. And I'm like, okay, makes you kind of wonder, is this guy good? Is this different? And then going through the first term, and I think it was the first period in my life where we didn't launch some new war. I started just thinking, well, I don't know. And then we had COVID. And then we had the election. And we saw the overreach. Across the country, different jurisdictions, different principalities, imposing this brutal form of tyranny over the American people, shutting down small business, rewarding big corporate. It's disgusting. As a guy who came from a small business family, American entrepreneurs, one grandfather had a family pharmacy and the other one had a bar and grill. They both went to World War II. They were really great friends before they ever had children that would lead to being my parents. And all that globalism, corporate box store crap shut down middle America. All the small towns are almost like ghost towns. Anyway, I digress. This stuff has always outraged me, and through this process and through reading The Creature from Jekyll Island and so many others, it led me on this journey. My outrage during COVID was, I felt like it was justified. I never put a mask on until the feds had me in handcuffs and they put it on me. I refused because it's my body, my choice. If the diaper on your face is going to save you, cool, you do you. I'm going to trust in the immune system that God gave me. That's what I'm going to do. So it just got more and more insane. I'm like, what's happening? It was almost like we slipped into another reality. It's really weird. I took off. I was living in Indiana. My girlfriend and I had an RV then, and we took off to South Dakota. And it felt like America again out there. It was so wild, traveling through the jurisdictions, heading west, get into Illinois, and you could feel this darkness. It was like, and then you get into Iowa, and it was a little less dark. It was kind of like Indiana. But then when we got into South Dakota, it was just like, whew, I can breathe again. This is America. It still exists. And it felt great in Wyoming. It felt pretty good in North Dakota. And it felt really weird in Minnesota, like really dark. We show up at a campground at midnight, and this lady's on a golf cart, and she's got her mask on, and she's driving us to where the campsite was. And I wanted to take a shower, but apparently, if you take a shower on that campground, you're going to get COVID. So the showers were shut. You could use the restroom. Woo! COVID didn't work there, even though it was on the other side of the concrete. It's a smart little virus, isn't it? So that I was getting more and more like, still wasn't aware really of the spiritual aspect of this, but it was starting, something was feeling off. And then the election. And I guess I wasn't supposed to believe my own lying eyes, but there were some things that were really shady. Now, has it been proven in a court of law? No, I'm not sure what that says, but my instinct is that seems like a perfect time to take over the country. And that's why I showed up on January 6th. There have been lies, numerous lies, about what happened that day, that it's worse than 9/11, worse than Pearl Harbor. Can you imagine how insulting that is to the people that died? It's disgusting. It's evil, is what it is. But I felt like our country was in free fall collapse, and it was going to be taken over. I was just there to protest. I am the founding member and lifetime member of the heavy metal band Iced Earth. That's what I am. They painted me as the mastermind behind the Oath Keepers because I had an Oath Keepers hat on that day. I did support Oath Keepers, and I do still, because if you're on the front lines, active duty, retired, you're a first responder, and you refuse illegal orders against the American people, then you're my hero. And that's as far as it went for me, but they painted me out to be that I was the guy behind all of it, whatever they may or may not have done. That is an unbelievable amount of deception. I entered the Capitol building. I witnessed a police officer through the door. First of all, we're going over there because there's going to be supposedly going to be speeches. So we head over there. By the time I get to the Capitol, maybe it took an hour to get there. It was pandemonium. I mean, I didn't really see any violence. I saw some vandalism once I got up the stairs. But when I was going up the stairs, I felt what felt to me like grenades going off. And then I started charging up there faster because I didn't know what was happening. But there was boom, boom, boom. And there's tear gas canisters going off around, but I thought something much bigger was happening somewhere. So I charge up the stairs. But yet I get up to the top of the stairs and it's calm, except for a couple clowns that were up high on a scaffolding type of structure, wearing MAGA hats, all masked up conveniently, and trying to smash windows. And I'm yelling at these guys to no avail. But through the door, through the glass on the door, I saw a police officer was up in the corner, clearly at a camera, pointing to the door to unlock the door. He opens the door and 3 or 4, maybe 5 people run out. As the door was closing, another group of people that was calmly hanging out there yelled to him, "Is it okay if we go in?" So before the door closed, he heard him, he opens it up and waves them in. They go in, the door closes. Some period of time passes after, and another group comes out. And in hindsight, I think this group was very shady. One said, "The cops are afraid." Another one said, "They're beating an old man." Another one said, "Let's go." And I got sucked up in that and went in there. And that changed my life forever. I was in there for 9 minutes. I got sprayed. I yelled at police. Actually did pull a couple guys off of police that were dressed in black backpacks. I don't know. I didn't remember that. But some supporters of mine played the video after I did an interview with her, sent me the video, and I saw it, and it was erased from my memory because I was in solitary confinement for 3 months, bright lights, freezing cold cell, diesel therapy, which I learned about is where they move you from facility to facility, and it shakes you up. Your family doesn't know where you're at. You don't know what's happening. The only time I did know is when the marshals came and picked me up and flew me to the DC gulag. Look, there's a lot to this story. I was afraid I wasn't even going to be able to fill this up. And we're down to about 10 minutes here. And it changed my life. It was God working in a mighty and powerful way because I am a bullheaded, stubborn guy. And I think I needed to go through this crucible because I'm not sure that I was living up to what his vision for my life was. In fact, I know I wasn't. You're going to be a heavy metal guy traveling around the world. There's not enough women, not enough whiskey, not enough. Like, stop. That's not the plan, young man. So, anyway, I view all of this as brutal as it was to get through, and there were way more that suffered far worse than I did. I happen to have the most badass pro-freedom criminal defense team in this country. That's Attorneys for Freedom. You can watch on the Attorneys on Retainer channel if you're interested, because there was no attorney-client privilege in that situation. They were using COVID so that they couldn't come, even the local attorneys couldn't come and see me. And anytime I would try to have a phone call, there was an officer in there listening, and they were probably recording it too. So I didn't know what was going on, but these guys they knew that I didn't have anything big to do with Oath Keepers other than supporting them, paying for the membership, getting the hat, getting the coin, getting the shirt, getting the newsletter. That's it. There was no communications. There was no text messages. There was nothing with me and those guys. I was just a supporter. I picked the wrong hat that day. Maybe it was the right hat. Whatever. It's God's plan. All of this trauma, the destruction financially, the destruction of my brand, my character, my reputation, my family, the suffering that they went through, the 1,500 other J6ers. You know, we have a choice when things like this happen, and the choice is take it. Give it to God, because some things are too big. You can't handle it. I realized for the first time in my life, I couldn't get through this alone. I couldn't. It was the first time I've gotten through a lot. But this one, it broke me, and I hit my knees. And I realized that I was a flawed sinner, and I needed a Savior. And I needed some supernatural intervention into my life to help guide me. And so, going through this entire experience, this journey of my crazy life that you can't make it up, this, to me, the scales starting to fall off was understanding the Fed, the way government really works. But the real awakening is in the supernatural warfare, and that this is real, and Jesus Christ is real, and there is evil. It's not just a little bit of corruption. It's not a horror movie. It's not certain heavy metal bands. No, it's evil. It's real evil. It wants to destroy us. It's a liar. It's a deceiver. It's the counterfeiter. Satanic, crazy stuff. I don't know. I've only been a Christian for 4 years, like a real Christian. I'll tell you this. There was an immediate change in my heart when I surrendered. It was unbelievable. Something I've never known, a peace that came over me. And then when it got to the next level was when I actually took Jesus' words to heart that we have to forgive. We are born in this fallen state. Our parents are not perfect. Our parents are fallen also, and they pass on their trauma. And we are born these beautiful, precious, innocent children that gets hurt by the world, that gets corrupted by the world. And that trauma carries on in a way that it feeds the enemy, is what it does. But once you forgive your parents, it's the key, because you can't judge them because you're flawed too. And this was a lesson I had to learn. I was judging my parents, and I was angry, and I was holding on to resentment. And it was the point where I realized that's a gigantic step. I have to forgive my parents. And then it was a whole nother level of peace and comfort and strength through the storm. If I would have been a Christian, if Jesus would have convicted my heart before J6, maybe I wouldn't even have been there. I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe I would have made different decisions. I don't know. I just know that it changed my life, and it was a guard in Marion, which was a complete hellhole. It was the 7th worst jail in the United States. It was condemned. They shut it down. They started moving prisoners out towards the end of my 2 months there. And before they started moving me around to other facilities, it was horrible. But there was a wonderful guard there who came by my cell door, and he slipped it under this literature, and he said, "Stay strong, brother." And he kept walking. And it was Daniel in the lion's den. Now, they denied us access to the library. They denied us access to the law library. The constitutional rights of J6ers were stomped to the ground. I mean, tread all over. I'm sure these stories are going to keep coming out. They have to. I mean, we can't forget this. We can't forget COVID happened. We can't forget what happened to the J6ers. We can't forget this. These are like crimes, serious crimes. COVID, massive crimes against humanity. J6ers, yes, I walked into the Capitol building with bear spray. Is that an insurrection? Was I really thinking that I'm going to take over the American government with a can of bear spray? It's non-lethal self-defense. That's all it is. Just in case, I'm sure you saw all the madness from the riots and everything in 2020. Anyway, it has been a crucible, but it's been a blessing, because now I have that relationship with Christ, which is the thing that was not there. I was filling my life looking for things, material things that don't matter at all. Whatever it is, whatever collections, whatever thing, that's all that is, that empty space that you have inside, that's because Jesus isn't there. Because once he's there, it's full. It's full. You don't need anything else. He's going to provide. And I appreciate you listening to my story and my testimony and being here. And I'd like to say a prayer. Heavenly Father, I pray that you will move in a supernatural way around the world to those that know that something is wrong, that you would crush our enemy and awaken us fully to what we are truly meant to be. Jesus Christ, Yeshua HaMashiach, in your holy and precious name I pray. Amen and amen. God bless you all. God bless America, because what happens here matters. We can inspire the rest of the world to stand up for humanity. God bless you, Mr. G.
John
Thank you very
Schaefer,
much.
everybody. John, my God. Wonderful. Thank you. That's so moving. And it was very funny. John was serious. He says, I don't know if I can fill 10 minutes. I said, you'll be fine. Just speak from the heart. And he did. And it's inspiring. You know, one of the things I take from that is something I've realized through the hardships, through the really awful, disgusting things that we've witnessed and that he had to experience being in prison that way, is that God loves us enough to allow us to go down to the deepest, darkest holes to experience what we need to come back to him. And that is agency. That is the freedom that we fight for, that we feel so impassioned to stand up and retain, much less regain, that which we've lost, and to hopefully impart the importance of that on our next generations, my kids, when they have kids, to become living examples for those yet to be, as our founders were living examples in their time for what we would do today in response to the things that have gone awry and off. It is a spiritual battle. Now, I've been, as I said, broadcasting for a long time, not as long as G. Edward Griffin, but I've always aspired to keep it going as much and as long as he has. But I often felt alone in the broadcast world, speaking about the things like I talked about yesterday, about the terrain and the fear of germs, and how our fear of those things, or fear of anything, is used against us when we don't have that love of God flowing through us, however you perceive that. And so as I continued to communicate what I was uncovering and discovering in broadcast media, occasionally I'd hear word of another doctor out there that saw things in a similar way that would speak out. I remember the first time I met Dr. Sherry Tenpenny, for instance, speaking out about the danger of vaccines. I thought, I'm not alone. There's a doctor out there that gets it. And then I can't tell you how happy I was when I heard about our next speaker, Dr. Lee Merritt, and how she had come through an awakening, and then, of course, lost all that you'd think was valuable to a doctor to be a doctor, but she gained everything. And she's a true hero and a champion for these messages. And she's, I believe, always welcome here on this Red Pill Expo stage. She's going to say, you know, when I talk about vaccine, what about smallpox? Well, she's going to tell you what about smallpox. One of the other illusions that still hold sway over our fear of germs. So I'm grateful to welcome back to the Red Pill Expo stage, everybody, Dr. Lee Merritt. Come on, Lee. She's lovely. Oh my God, she's so wonderful. Thank you, Lee.
for the last speaker. Oh, there we go. And I just want to say thank you to him, Mr. Schaefer, for that video and everything he said. And the funny thing is, you couldn't ask for two people that came from the different ends of the world. I mean, the last music I think I ever listened to was the Beatles in 1968. So I am not in that world at all, but we were both at J6. And the funny thing too is that he was wearing Oath Keeper stuff. I was with two Oath Keepers. I was down on the Capitol steps just below him in a white coat from AFLDS, American Frontline Doctors. And I always wondered, why didn't somebody tap on my door? I'm glad they didn't, and I'm sorry for all that he went through. But now, and now listening to him, I realize I think we were just slow walkers getting there. You know, those are people that got up the front and that just got caught up in that. It was just terrible. But I really appreciate what he had to say today, because we're so, this whole world now is coming together of like-minded people, regardless of their backgrounds, to take America back. So thank you very much. Okay, so smallpox. I started looking into this just for the reasons that Robert Scott Bell just said. That when you talk about vaccination, people say, well, but how about smallpox? If there are no viruses, how can there be smallpox? And I'm going to tell you how this whole thing, and why is this important in 2026? We'd like to put the past behind us. Why is this important? It's important because the same program, the same principles that brought us COVID also brought us smallpox. So Thomas Carlyle said that no error is fully confuted until you have seen not only that it is an error, but how it became one. That's what we're going to concentrate on. And, you know, Joseph Goebbels, the bigger the lie, the more it will be believed. There are a lot of people that want to say, oh, he never said that. That's fine. Every propagandist, you know, every guy that wants to change the public thinking knows that that's true, and they've all said it. So I believe it. But the real important one for our purposes is what Michael Yeadon, former vice president of Pfizer, chief science officer of Pfizer, a veterinarian and PhD in pulmonology, said. There is no evidence of airborne transmission of disease. Now, that's a biggie. If there is no evidence of airborne disease, which I believed for a long time but didn't have the gravitas to say, if there's none of that, then, you know, this whole thing falls apart. Not just the masks, but the vaccines. So what are pandemics and epidemics, if that's true? Well, we all know about smallpox. It's all been burned into our consciousness that it's this horrible disease, and it involves high fever, prostration, and this particularly unique vesicular rash, meaning it's not pus in those blebs, it's a fluid. And it tends to be either a little bit or all over. And the more of those vesicles you have, the more chance of dying. But the big thing that is also remembered about smallpox is that it gave you lifetime scarring. So in the old days when smallpox was around, you could know who had had it 20 years later by their faces. They would have these pock marks, that's where we get that term, pock marks that look like deep acne scars all over their face and the rest of their body too, but we didn't always see that. But smallpox wasn't the worst thing out there. Why are we so focused on that? Why did history tell us all about this horrible disease when actually at the time smallpox was around, cholera was killing 4 times more people? Well, the answer is that cholera, we understood. We knew it was a bacterium, and we know how to prevent it and how to treat it. You can't fool people with things that are understandable. You have to fool people with things that are murky. And this is what John Robeson said in Proofs of Conspiracy that he wrote in the 1780s or 1790s. It says, a mystical object, this is smallpox, a mystical object enables the leader to shift his ground as he pleases and to accommodate himself to every current fashion or prejudice. This again gives him almost unlimited power, for he can make use of these prejudices to lead men by the troops. In other words, you can just wave around this, well, you've got to have vaccination because you believe that we saved everybody with smallpox vaccine, right? That's what he's talking about here. So you've probably heard the famous bedtime story of Edward Jenner and the smallpox epidemics. And this, if you haven't, you can find it at medium.com or Wikipedia. They're very good at telling fairy tales. And I'll tell you this one. So the bedtime story of Edward Jenner is that he was a very competent physician who, in the age of smallpox, saw people dying all around and wanted to do something. And he noticed that the one group of people that weren't dying were these milkmaids, that they not only didn't die, but they had these beautiful unmarked faces. And so he went out to look at what was going on with the milkmaids, and he discovered that they didn't have the vesicle rash on their bodies, but they had it on their hands. And the same kind of vesicles were on the cows' udders that they were milking. So being a brilliant scientist, he thought this out, and he said, oh, there must be a lesser disease called cowpox. And this lesser disease, if I could maybe, and it's spreading to the milkmaids and making them immune to this horrible smallpox. Maybe I could transfer some of this disease to other people and also make them immune. And he figured out how to do this. And according to Wikipedia, he saved more people than anyone else in the world. And he's now the father of immunology. End of story. The only problem is the whole thing is false, except for two things. It is true that milkmaids had beautiful, well, you can decide if it's beautiful, but they had clear faces and they didn't die of smallpox. That's the only part of that story that's true. Dr. Walter Hadron was a well-known surgeon later in the 1800s, and that another time they were trying to push a smallpox vaccine on the British population, just like we did in COVID. They had group meetings of people protesting this, and he spoke at one. Now, he didn't know Jenner personally, but he knew people that knew Jenner, so he was not that far apart in time. And this is what he said. He said, now, this man Jenner had never passed a medical examination in his life. He hung up surgeon apothecary over his door without any of the qualification that warranted that assumption. He then communicated with a Scotch university and obtained the degree of Doctor of Medicine for the sum of 15 pounds and nothing more. So Edward Jenner was a fraud, and he was what I call a front man. So there are many frauds in science. You think science can't be fraudulent. It can, and they employ these guys to be the front men to run the fraud. He also knew Dr. Creighton, who did know Jenner, and this is what he said of Jenner. He said, Dr. Creighton has well described him when he tells us that he was vain and petulant, crafty and greedy, unscrupulous to a degree, a man who in all his writings was never precise when he could possibly be vague, and never straightforward when he could be secretive. You know, the front men are not real scientists, so they really can't give speeches. They really can't educate anybody. They don't teach. That's one of the ways you identify them. Well, what they never tell you in the bedside story is how Jenner actually transferred cowpox to the population to prevent smallpox. But here's how they did it. They went to the cows and they scraped off some of this fluid, this purulent fluid from the cow's udders. And then they took a knife, because they didn't have hypodermic syringes and needles back then. So they took what they called a lancet that they kept in their pocket. This is not sterile. They kept this in their pocket and they opened it up and they would make scrapes. They would cut the arm in a couple places, and they would take the fluid from the cow's udder, the pussy fluid from the cow's udder, and rub it on this scrape, and that was the vaccination, or they called it variolation at first. Vaccination came later when they realized it came from a cow. Vacca is the Latin word for cow, so we'll call it vaccination. But that's and you can see the pictures of the very happy looking people getting this done. Now, remember, there was no antiseptic or aseptic surgery. We didn't understand how to prevent infection until 1860, when Joseph Lister taught us about carbolic acid. So this is almost 60, 70 years before this. They're just doing this completely, purulent pus stuff into your arm. But let me just tell you, as a big shocker that I just discovered in the last 2 years, not one vaccination since the time of Edward Jenner is sterile. If somebody had looked me in the eye, if my pediatrician had looked me in the eye and said, time for your boys' vaccines, oh, by the way, they're not sterile, I would have said, have you lost your mind? Are you crazy? I am not giving that. I'm a surgeon. I'm not going to put that in there. But that's exactly what's going on. So Dr. Hadwin said this too. He said, what strikes me as remarkable about the whole affair is the ease with which Jenner got his theory accepted. The picture of the whole of the College of Physicians and Surgeons swallowing the theory of an unqualified medical country apothecary based on only one totally unreliable experiment seems scarcely credible. Well, Dr. Hadwin didn't see the program that was being run because it's the same program as today. The government pushed the fraud. People within government were part of this. Jenner was paid 30,000 pounds sterling. That's $1 million today to run this operation. He was the university physicians actually rejected his papers. And one of the reasons they were screaming, unlike today, the university guys were not functionaries of the government, and they were actually speaking out forcibly against vaccination for 100 years, all during the 1800s. And the reason is because they saw people that after they got vaccinated came down with cancer, heart disease, tuberculosis, and neurologic diseases, all sorts of things that were really unknown prior to this age of vaccination. So they were screaming at the top of their lungs, and they were rejecting his paper. Now, it's interesting, by the way, this is why I don't believe mRNA is really the culprit in these COVID vaccines, because every vaccine rollout since the time of Edward Jenner has the same side effects. You can't tell me that they were using mRNA back then. That's just a little offshoot here. And just like today, they trotted out the beautiful people to convince everybody else to get vaccinated. In the age of Jenner, it was the royals. And so the king, all the different young princes and his illegitimate children got vaccinated and were trotted out into society saying, oh, you all have to get this new great thing with cowpox. But here's the kicker. At the end of the day, in spite of all this, there is no cowpox, okay? Bulls don't get it, steer don't get it, and young baby heifers don't get it. The only animals that get cowpox are the heifers being milked by the dirty hands of the milkmaids. So it was going the other way around. This is unbelievable. I mean, where are the guys from Harvard? If we realize this, then there can never have been a smallpox vaccination. It's all a fraud. Why don't we go? I said, I wonder if the veterinarians know this. And yes, they do. Okay, the veterinarians know that there's no cowpox. They say it's pseudo cowpox, meaning fake cowpox. That's what pseudo means. So they talk about your cows do get this stuff still, because milk cows get it now from the automatic milking machines or from somebody manually milking the cows. It's something that the udders are sensitive. They're meant for baby cows. When we get involved, you can get infected udders. They're telling you all about that. And then at the very end, they have to say this little disclaimer so they don't get defunded. It says, oh, yeah, there's cowpox out there somewhere, but we've never seen it and you won't have to deal with it. That's essentially what they say. So they know there's no cowpox. In the day of modern propaganda, now we have all sorts of video and media and things. And so they show us these pictures to convince us, well, there must be a virus of smallpox. We see the electron micrographic pictures, right? And this is an example. This is probably the biggest one you see on the internet right now. And I've noticed in the last few years, which I never noticed before, it used to be on the internet, if you wanted to know what a bacterium or anything looked like, it would show you what it actually looked like through a microscope. But now, then it became computer CGI, computer-generated image, and now it's colorized computer-generated image, and what they tell you are electron microscopic pictures. Okay, I used to work in an electron microscopic lab. I can tell you that they take black and white pictures, and they are very good maybe for non-organic things, but they do not show you organic material correctly. So this is all fraudulent science to push this fraudulent belief. But in any case, here's what they tell you is the smallpox virus. So this is the most famous picture right now on the internet. So I just said, I put it in the reverse search, the photographic, to see where it came from, because they never really tell you. And they said it came from the Robert Koch Institute. Well, that makes sense. That's a big infectious disease institute. But then when you try and click the link to find the source, that page does not exist, right? And it says it may never have existed or it was taken down. They tell you the whole possibilities. So, I like this. If you make a mistake and don't correct it, this is called a mistake. Now, we always gave them a pass. We always gave the government proclamation medical guys and the CDC and the Fauci types and everybody a pass. We always said it must be mistakes, or they just don't care, they're just government toadies, etc. Well, I decided Sun Tzu needed a medical Sun Tzu, so I decided to jump into the breach here. If scientific evidence is systematically ignored, it cannot be by accident. That's me. That's my first law of biowarfare. And that's what's going on here. They've systematically ignored the evidence. You can't tell me that I can find out that there's pseudo cowpox and no cowpox, but the big guys at the universities don't know this. Somebody has to know it. And then the question is, what was smallpox? So Dr. Hadwin thought it was mostly vaccination. He said the number of smallpox cases came and went with the number of vaccines given. But there's got to be more to it than that. Now, we had the same type of questions about 1918, where there are a lot of assumptions and not the facts that we want. But that was another disease that some people thought was mostly vaccines. That one's me too. But Dr. Eleanor McBean, at the time of the 1918 pandemic, she was a child, and she was a member of it was a black family, a member of a Baptist church, and this whole church was going in and helping the young men that were dying on the Fort Riley, Kansas. That's where it started, not Spain. Fort Riley, Kansas Army base, and they were going in and helping these people. And of course, the church was not, small black church in the middle of nowhere. They did not get vaccinated by anybody. And so this is what Dr. McBean, who became a PhD naturopath later, she said, only the vaccinated died. We didn't even get a sniffle. And she wrote 2 books. The most famous is The Poison Needle, but then she co-wrote Vaccination, the Silent Killer. And she said, there was no smallpox epidemic until after the vaccine poisoning created one. And there certainly was no emergency to justify the vaccination campaign, but the people didn't know it, so the scheme worked. So that's her thought about the smallpox. And she looked at smallpox numbers in the British registry between 1872 and 1941, and she showed that when there was almost everybody was vaccinated by the smallpox vaccine, that there were 3,708.2 deaths per thousand. But when it went down to only 40% vaccinated, the death rate went to 1.4 per thousand. Now, that doesn't prove that the vaccine was causing the disease, but it is an interesting statistic. There's been a lot of speculation that smallpox was related to malnutrition. And here's what happens, and this does explain a lot. When you're malnourished, when you don't have enough calories coming in, you shut down that part of your body that's not necessary. That's why people lost their hair sometimes when they go in the hospital for long periods of time or had COVID. You shut down growth of your hair, growth of your fingernails, and you shut down phase 2 detoxification in the liver. So if you have toxins in the body, you can't get them out using your liver, which is the way we normally do. Now, there are other ways you can get toxins out. You can breathe them out, you can sweat them out, and you can cough them out to some extent. If you're a woman, you can bleed them out. But when all else fails, you can push them out through your skin, and that causes those blebs. Now, children choose that route very preferentially, because for them, when they're babies and they're little kids getting chicken pox and measles, it's getting rid of toxins, and it's through the skin because their skin is so supple, it's easy for them. But for us, when we have a rash like that, it's a bad sign, because it's harder for us to get the toxin there. But this explains why the British aristocracy and soldiers in areas of endemic smallpox didn't get the smallpox, because they were better fed. It also explains the milkmaids, okay? If you look at all these pictures and the lithographs of milkmaids, they don't look like the skinny, starving people around them, okay? They were drinking the milk, and the milk had more calories, and specifically it has high potassium. Turns out potassium is very critical for your immune system. So that's what saved the milkmaids, not the exposure to cowpox. Now, we were always told the story, this is another part of the bedside story, and I just assumed this to be true. They said George Washington got smallpox. Well, you picture him always at Valley Forge, and you think, well, it was a bad winter and all this bad things happened, and that's probably when he got smallpox. No, actually, George Washington also confirms the malnutrition thing. He got smallpox at age 5. He was a young kid traveling on a sailing ship to the Barbados with his brother, who was 19. And of course, I calculated the time, it's probably 4 to 6 week trip from where he was. He probably didn't eat well. He was at 5 years old. You couldn't push to the head of the line on a sailing ship. And when they got to the Barbados was so profitable to grow sugar that they weren't growing food. All the food for the island had to be shipped in from England, which was what, a 2-month or 6-week voyage. So in the bottom line is they weren't eating very well, and they probably had, the food was not good quality, and he was low potassium, and that's when he got some smallpox. Now so one of the big theories going around is that this food contracted. The reason that the smallpox epidemics occurred during malnutrition times is that the food was contracted during times of global cooling and other disasters. The Maunder minimum was from 1645 to 1715, and you can see it here. No sunspots for that number of years, but and it was a nightmare of agriculture. But it doesn't explain all the outbreaks of smallpox. Same, the Tambora volcano in 1816, and there was another Icelandic volcano in 1616 or something, and these both created this huge cold spells. They called 1816 the year without a summer, and it was an agricultural disaster, but its greatest effect was on New England, and that's not where the smallpox was. So when you actually, they tell you all these theories, but when you actually look at them, they don't quite add up. It also, the idea of a global cooling issue doesn't fit what we saw when the Cortez and Pizarro and these guys came to Americas from Europe, and they claimed that the Native Americans, the Indians, died, like the Aztecs, died of smallpox because they were not immune, and the Spanish were immune even though they weren't sick. They brought the germ, and then all these Aztecs died. Okay, that's the story, 1519. Okay, there's a trend here. Natives are always sickened by the foreigners. That's every time. It's not the foreigners dying, it's the natives, with one small exception. And why were native-born Europeans not made sick by these, dirty, disease-ridden Europeans coming in? If it were really that, you would expect some colonists who now are second generation to also get smallpox from the Europeans coming over, but that never seems to happen. No, so I will say, what else was happening when Cortez stepped aboard the shore? He didn't just go and smoke the peace pipe. Now, this is my own research. You're not going to read this anywhere. I think I figured this out. He just didn't smoke the peace pipe. He waged war against the Aztecs and the Incas. So if you look at the dates of smallpox outbreaks, which I've done, as much as I could find every one, it all corresponds to wars. So, for example, French trappers came into Canada and the Americas starting in the late 1500s, but nobody seemed to get sick until the mid-1600s. And what happened is they said the Iroquois, and the Iroquois at the time, there were all the Iroquois nations around the Great Lakes, and they had been living in a 500-year era of peace under the Iroquois Confederation, from which we got our Articles of Confederation. But something happened that caused a war. It caused, in my opinion, is probably that as more trappers showed up, they were then pushing they were invading, they were starting to live in the hunting grounds of the Iroquois up north. And so they had to move south. There was fights over the territory. Then those tribes moved south and fought the others and others and others, and it kept winning down. It was a domino effect of losing your hunting grounds. So that by 1641, when they say, or 1640 was when the end of the war happened, but they say by 1641, 160,000 Iroquois became 20,000. But again, there's no real proof it was from smallpox. They claim it was from smallpox, but it's really because, in my opinion, hunting grounds were impinged in the domino effect. And what happens when you kill the young men, the young farmers, because there's war being waged? The hunters and farmers are dead. They don't raise crops. People starve. Plymouth Bay Company, we have a lot of mythic stories about that too, but it turns out that there was a small 20 pilgrims died of what they call smallpox during the time 1633 in the Plymouth Bay Company. However, they blame it on these Dutch trappers that were infected and moving between the colonies and the native tribes in the Connecticut River. However, and they tell you all these stories, like what do we learn in school about the Plymouth Bay Company other than the Thanksgiving, and then we learned about Miles Standish and his love affair with Priscilla by the Disney movies and things like that. But those are stories and not history. The real story is that for 20 years there was war breaking out around the Plymouth Bay Company with the natives and along the Connecticut River. Pilgrims, Miles Standish was a captain in the military, and he was the head of the military waging war with the Pequod against the Wampanoag. So by the 1630s, Connecticut River area had been in war for almost 20 years, and then smallpox broke out, and it included 20 pilgrims. Now, it may not even have been smallpox. This just would have been a reason that we lost some pilgrims. We had to come up with a reason and not want to say, oh, we were fighting the natives, so because that's not a story we want told. I think, though, the cat was let out of the bag about this by a guy named Increase Mather. He was a minister, and he said the, quote, disease was an act of God, a divine punishment for disputes between the settlers and the natives. God ended the controversy. So there actually might have been a disease that they called smallpox. It may have been smallpox, but it was related to the war. And this is my point, is that I have not found one medical researcher that thought to look at war as the actual cause of the smallpox famines. But there it is. I mean, this is showing you. And then I went to the British records, 300 years of British records from 1629 to 1930, war versus smallpox outbreaks. I got the dates and looked them up. Between 1618 and 1648 was the 30 Years' War. It was millions and millions of people died. It was the worst war till the 20th century. It was chaos in England. This is when Charles I was dethroned, beheaded, and particularly it was a war between the nobles who controlled the farmland. So they weren't farming, and they had a famine because they grabbed the farmers to go off and fight the wars with them, and then smallpox breaks out at the end of this war, after it had been going on for a while. The 9 Years' War ended in 1696, also a smallpox outbreak. This was a time that inflation was going on, civil war, they called it the Bloodless Revolution, which doesn't look very bloodless, and there was widespread hunger reported officially prior to the smallpox outbreak. 1754, you got the 7 Years' War. 1 to 1.5 million people died. It was the second most lethal war prior to the 20th century, and in 1754, at the end of the war, there was a smallpox outbreak. Then we had what Queen Elizabeth calls that unpleasantness with the colonies. That's our American Revolution. And that's the only smallpox epidemic in America that didn't involve Native Americans. But it started and ended with the Revolutionary War. This is what we saw, with people starving at Valley Forge and things. They got smallpox because they didn't have any way of getting rid of toxins in the body. And then the British turned their attention, after they lost the colonies for a while, they turned their attention to India, and they waged war against the leaders of India in the time. And finally, just before the Raj was officially declared, the General Board of Health in England wrote to Parliament and said in 1857 about the problem of smallpox. So again, at the end of the war, smallpox broke out. And it's interesting, again, if smallpox were an airborne contagious disease, why is it that in places like the Black Hole of Calcutta, it was or just in India in general, you don't hear stories of the British service members, even the lowest ranking army people, coming down with smallpox. They're reporting the natives around them coming down with it and blaming it on their lifestyles. But if it were airborne, that shouldn't matter. And then there's the famous blanket story. And I'm just going to tell you that that's one you keep hearing, how Fort Pitt near Philadelphia, or near Pittsburgh, I guess, was under siege by the Delaware Indians. And they warned the chief of they warned the captain of the British commander, hey, if you don't relinquish the fort, we're just going to massacre you guys. We're coming in force. But the British commander decided to give blankets from the smallpox ward and to the native delegates. It's considered probably the first intentional attempt at biowarfare in America, but no one got sick. And in fact, there's really no evidence that fomites, meaning inanimate objects, can transfer smallpox to anybody. That's just one of those stories. So where are the medical historians? Because every actual historian knows that war is followed by starvation, is followed by disease. They outlawed this, they outlined this in what happened, the aftermath of World War II. And here's a picture from Ingmar Bergman's great film about the Seventh Seal, and it's the night coming home from the Crusades. So after the Crusades, and you had all this starvation, you had plagues and all sorts of diseases break out, including smallpox. And if you're a biblical scholar, you know about this, because in Revelation 6, it says, after the fourth seal is opened, that's when the pale horseman and Satan show up. And they were given authority over a fourth of the earth to kill with sword, with famine, and with pestilence, and by wild beasts of the earth. In other words, look at the order of battle there. First, you have a war, swords, then you have a famine, and then you have disease. If you survive all that, you're going to get eaten possibly by stray wolves and things. That's what they're telling you. Now, why does this matter in 2026? Because it's the same program being run against us today. Infectious disease is used for a couple things. The first is to cover mass murder by war and poisoning. You know, if you think, for example, I love this actually. Here's the one by war. In December 6, 1620, this is the story of our founding of the Plymouth Bay Company. What they don't tell you in school is that when we showed up, when the Plymouth Bay colonists showed up, they couldn't find a place to farm. It was all forested, heavily forested, and they didn't know what to do. So they went out on expeditions to try and find some open areas. And this is what it said. The explorers, led by Miles Standish, located present-day Plymouth Bay on the third expedition and found some land that had been previously cleared by the native Indians. They later discovered that it was the Pocono or something Indian village of Patuxent that had been wiped out by an epidemic. No, we didn't go in and kill the Indians to take over their land. They had previously been decimated by an epidemic and there was no one left. And we just stumbled upon this. It's a good story, right? I think it's a great story. But there's another point here, is that if you're afraid of infectious disease that's airborne, that comes from the mouth of your neighbor, you're going to stand aside of your neighbor. You're not, look at what happened in COVID. Oh, six feet apart, and people were afraid that you coughing on the plane and reported you, and it was terrible, right? So, but if you realize that you're being poisoned, you're not going to be afraid of your neighbor. You're going to start looking for the poisoners. And that's what we need to do now. That's what we know, some of the poisoners. I mean, that's what's happening. But that's why they want us to believe infectious disease, so we won't look at them. But the big one that I'm talking about these days is that this whole process has transformed physicians into poisoners. And this is really shocking to me. And I will just tell you, when they talk about a spiritual battle, this is when I recognized how deeply I had been inadvertently in it for most of my life. Nebros was a physician, but he was famous as a bioweaponeer that in 400 BC poisoned the water supply into a town called Kira. And we poisoned it with hellebore. It's a plant. He was so effective at doing that Plutarch, an ancient historian, said that 750 years later, nothing grew at that town and nobody could live there. But his great nephew, this poisoner's great nephew, was Hippocrates. And by the way, Nebros was not only a physician, he was an hereditary priest of the Temple of Apollo. His great nephew was Hippocrates. Isn't that interesting? Hippocrates of the Hippocratic Oath comes from a long line of physician poisoners. And even though Hippocrates says not to poison your patients, he wrote an oath, and maybe he didn't write this oath. See, this could all be made up because we don't have an actual original of the oath. There's the oldest Hippocratic Oath is from the 10th century. It's in the basement of the Vatican, and who can read ancient Greek and translate it? But the most ancient, or the most old translation, the one that I took the English version of in medical school graduation, was from a Scottish physician, and he was also a Greek scholar. And what his translation is what I'm going to tell you about. So it does say not to poison your patients. On the other hand, the first line of the oath, we didn't think of it as an oath. We thought of this as just kind of a historical cutesy ceremony that just puts you in the brotherhood of medicine. And, it's not like, the Supreme Court justices, they take an oath, but this is just, and you take an oath to the military, but this is just an end of a rite of passage thing. But here's what the first line of the oath says. It says, I swear by Apollo the physician and Asclepius and Panacea and Hygeia with all the gods and goddesses as my witness. Now, who is Apollo? Apollo, although they don't tell you this, Apollo is the great god of medicine. We were told it was Asclepius, but it's Apollo. And Apollo is known for two things: bringing plagues and poisoning you. Okay, this is really true. Bringing plagues and poisoning you. So you've just, while Hippocrates told you not to poison people, he just had you take an oath to the poisoner in chief. And you listen how you do it. So at the end of medical school, you get rid of, you've got your diploma in hand. You could walk out right then, wish I had, walk out right then and then go later July 1st to your internship and then residency and go into practice. But we all stood there and you stand up and in unison, dare I say a chant, you take this oath. And at the end of the oath, you agree that this is an oath and indenture. That's how it's translated. An indenture is a bond, like you're a servant. You're an indentured servant to this, what I have come to believe is a pagan cult. And it's a pagan cult of poisoners. You can say that this is all nonsense and that Apollo, it doesn't really matter. But they don't, the people running this show that brought us smallpox and COVID and everything else, they know it matters. And let me just point out that and you can do this little experiment yourself. This is when I found it. I just was looking for a picture of Apollo. And when I put up Apollo and looked under photos, all these things started showing up. Hospitals named the Apollo Hospital, Apollo Clinic. The largest pharmaceutical chain in the world is the Apollo pharmaceutical chain, 5,000 stores in India. There's also Apollo cancer centers all over India. Apollyon Hospital in Greece. Who's Apollyon? Apollyon was, remember in Revelations, the god of the pit. He's a demonic god of the pit. So it's not by accident that Apollo keeps showing up. I live near Omaha, Nebraska, and I'm not trying to ping on the University of Nebraska. I just happen to know this is true for them. At the University of Nebraska in Omaha, if you're a doctor on call and you need to get into your patient's chart, right, at night, what do? You open up your computer and you have to get to their internet, their charts, you have to go through a portal. Watch your language. Portals in the occult means a demonic pathway. So you go through a portal and then your software does a handshake. You give it the secret password and then there's a handshake. That's what they call it in computer language between the software on one side and the software on the other side. And finally, when you get the permission of the software at the university hospital, you can then write an order. And what's that software called? The Apollo software. The cancer, in 2022, the Army, U.S. Army decided to wage war on cancer. And by the way, if you go back in time, I have a whole talk about this, how they bioweaponized cancer. But when Nixon stopped the offensive bioweapons program in 1971, he also turned, or 73, he also transferred Fort Detrick's biowarfare laboratories under the National Cancer Institute. Okay, so, and then he declared war on cancer. Well, we've now renewed that war under the U.S. Army, and the name of the program is Applied Proteogenomics Organizational Learning and Outcomes. I read that and I said, what kind of gobbledygook is that? And then I said, oh, wait a minute. I've been in the military. The military loves its acronyms, and that acronym for that program is Apollo. Okay, now if you want the craziest thing, and then I'm going to move on, the craziest thing is that if you bring it up to COVID, 2019, they said it was caused by a coronavirus. Now, they say that the coronavirus is named that because under the electron microscope, it looks like a crown, right? Well, I've got the original picture of the electron microscopy of the first guy that showed the coronavirus, the SARS-CoV-2 virus of COVID, right? It doesn't look like a crown. I mean, if you give it to some academic medicine guy, he might say that. But if you give it to a room of 10th graders, nobody, or 10-year-olds, they're going to say, looks like a blob on your windshield when you're driving. It doesn't look like anything. However, that's where they claim they got the name coronavirus. But the real story is that Apollo, see, they always hide the real bad guys by the lesser people, like frontmen. This is why the guy that claimed to first culture virus is a frontman. Edward Jenner is a frontman. I think Einstein's a frontman. There's a bunch of frontmen in science. And they're all the real bad guys in the back room, because if you knew him, you might not want to have anything to do with him. So they told us in medical school, Asclepius was the god of medicine. And, again, we thought it was all just historical, cutesy stuff. Well, it turns out that he was a demigod. He was the son of Apollo. Apollo's the big god. So here's how it worked. Apollo gets a human woman pregnant, and before she gives birth, she tries to escape from him. She gets away, but he hunts her down, kills her with his bow and arrow, slices her open, does the first C-section, and out pops Asclepius. That's the Greek myth. What's the mom's name? Coronis. that's where we get coronavirus. Looking, it's all over the internet. Corona's opticals, Corona's pharmaceuticals, Corona's radiography equipment. It's everywhere. And so it's not about looking like a crown under the electron microscope. That's just garbage. What it is, it's an homage to an ancient pagan religion, and it's a cult of poisoners. That's where we are, unfortunately. I joined a cult of poisoners, and I'm going to tell you, I'm writing a book about how we get out of all this. And when I realized this is not that long ago, 6 months ago, I literally sat at my desk and out loud repented of any association with this, but I didn't know, and most doctors don't know. So that we just, they get captured, and then they become a servant to this. So Eleanor McBean said that vaccination, what's the motive for all this? Vaccination has been a convenient means of spreading and disseminating consumption, which means tuberculosis, cancer, syphilis, and many other fatal and loathsome diseases. There is not one vaccine I think has any benefit, and most people they're reasonable physicians looking at this have come to the same conclusion. Don't think you're going to take your shingles vaccine. It's just not the COVID vaccine. No vaccine. I mean, I never saw Guillain-Barré neurologic problems until the flu vaccine started. And I can tell you a lot of doctors didn't take the flu vaccine. I like this quote by Terence McKenna. It says, "The syntactical nature of reality, the real secret of magic, is that the world is made of words. And if you know the words that the world is made of, you can make of it whatever you wish." So you think about the words that we use in medicine. Virus, it doesn't mean a germ. In Latin, virus means poison. They've been telling us all along. The story about where we get the term pharmacy and pharmaceuticals. Well, it's from the Greek pharmakia in the Bible. I think it says, "By pharmakia will all nations be deceived." So if you're going to translate that correctly, they translate it into the King James Version as "by sorcery will all nations be deceived," but the actual translation is "by pharmacies by pharmaceuticals will all nations be deceived." In which case, I told my friend that got out of being a pharmacist, I said, if you're going to be consistent and use the term sorcery, then I suggest that you go back to your pharmaceutical boards and you tell them they should become the Utah Board of Sorcery, not pharmacy. That would make more sense, and it's actually more true. So listen to the words, and you know what's going on, and the symbols, and that's one of the things I tell you. So if you want to know more great stories about how they've lied to us and how we get out of it, because this is the point. You can arrest Fauci 10 days in a row. It won't make you healthier. The question we have to ask ourselves now is how we move forward from what we already know. How many people want to go back and deal with hospitals and the same kind of thing we went through in COVID? Not very many. They're reasonable people. They risk their lives in a hospital. So how do we avoid that? We have to learn. It's not about just replacing the medicine cabinet pharmaceuticals with nutraceuticals. It's about thinking differently. We have to realize the fraud. So the reason I go through this history is so that you don't just have it up here, but you have it here, that this is an evil, a demonic fraud waged against humanity to keep us separated from each other and separated from the truth. And when you get that, then you'll start to realize you don't need these guys in a white coat. And trust me, I was one. This is my 50th year in medicine. I was one for a very long time, and I had no idea. And so doctors have to wake up, and I think that's starting slowly. But a lot of people are waking up, and every time we wake up somebody, then we have to say, what's the next step? How do we treat ourselves so we don't have to go back to that white coat cult? And that's the real hard thing. And I'm going to have a meeting in August in Omaha. We're going to talk about that. But that's what I mean by escaping the medical matrix. We have to come up with the solutions. And I think here is a great example. All these guys out here, we've got things that work. We know about chlorine dioxide, for example. We know about a lot of things that are generally applicable. One of the big frauds in medicine, the way they've worked the matrix, is they've convinced you that there are now thanks to the CPT book, the code book that we use in medicine, there are 140,000 or 114,000 new diseases. So there are all these diseases out there, and if you're going to get treatment, you have to go to somebody that really knows how to test you, and you have $1 bazillion worth of testing, and then you may get an answer, but most likely you won't. Then you go to he'll send you to a specialist. You'll get more testing, and then maybe you go back and you go through all these hateful medical things, and you still don't have an answer. He gets more testing or different testing, and at the end of the day, you've made a circuit. You've spent a lot of time, money, and you haven't gotten any answers. But that's what they tell you need. This is what their so-called precision medicine is. You have to have a precise diagnosis for a precise treatment. In fact, I used to have an old medical professor that called this the Ulysses syndrome, Ulysses, the story of the Trojan War. And where, by the way, Apollo shows up as a poisoner and plague bringer. But in the Trojan War, what happened? Ulysses set out to the war from his island in the Peloponnnesia, and he went down, and all these terrible things happened to him. All these, the sirens and the Cyclops, and all these people attacked him, killed his sailors, all these bad things. It took him 20 years to make that circuit. In the end, he was all back at the same place, almost lost his wife. This is a pretty good parable for medicine. You make that circuit of this precise testing all, you've paid a lot of money, but you don't have an answer. That's the cycle we have to break. And the answer is there aren't 114,000 diseases. There's about 7 root causes. And once you understand the root causes, then you can move forward. And you can, and to be without fear, you have to stop using a doctor's judgment and start using your own judgment. And your own judgment requires you to understand that what they've told you before is a fraud. Okay? Don't be afraid of smallpox. Just don't starve. Eat properly. You won't get it. Why does your kid have a rash? Oh, they're pushing out toxins. They don't have some weird virus. They're detoxifying, and it's normal for little kids to detoxify. People don't realize that the very, very tiny number of children that have any problem with measles, mumps, chicken pox, any of those diseases before they started vaccination. It wasn't the killer. In fact, my pediatrician, pediatric professor in medical school in 1976 made this comment. Vaccines didn't solve childhood diseases, plumbers did. And I thought that was a very funny thing. Yeah, there's a plumber. Go plumbers. But what he was saying is it was better sanitation and better nutrition. And so you can see the deaths from childhood diseases, which, again, if you're thinking about this, what were all those childhood diseases? They weren't viruses. They were different times of those kids getting too toxic and having to get rid of the toxins, and that's the rash. So you could see the death rate going way down, so that by the 1940s and 1950s, it was almost zero. The only way they've convinced people to have vaccinations for childhood diseases is by marrying that up with people in Africa that are still starving and showing you the death rate from measles. It's really criminal behavior, and we just have not been talking about it and catching them, but now we are. So that's the point. Is you need to think differently about your future. And the more you use your own judgment, the more you're going to trust your own judgment. I think that's really the primary thing. And I have to say, I'm here. Okay, this is Tiger Woods says normal people who take their roles in the Matrix very seriously. And then I'm John Daly, I think, me running on fresh conspiracy theories, rye whiskey, and DMT. That's okay. It's like going into your own little world, but that's okay. They know me there. Okay. Thank you very much. See ya.
Dr. Lee Merritt, thank you. Don't you feel better and stronger when you know this stuff? The fear dissipates when you have these experiences and hear it. And as I said, my role in the quote unquote doctor or physician world is to connect all of us to these realities so that we are no longer operating in fear, even if you're within that system, to break free from it so that we can help people that are in fear and rely on doctors to tell them what is real or not. We need to listen to someone like Dr. Lee Merritt. So we have a break coming up. By the way, Richard Mack is here, but he'll only be here for a little while. So if you haven't gotten his book or a signature or a handshake or a hug, whatever, that'll be great. We have a break, and I'll ask you that if you can come back closer to 10:30. We've got Dan Happel getting ready to rock us at the Red Pill Expo stage with a lot of great information as well. Also, we had one card, a debit card by Gary W. Hart. If you're around, we found this. We'll get that to you on the break. And let's hear it for all of our speakers this morning. Weren't they amazing? Thank you. We'll see you shortly.
Gee, Dad, can I ask you something?
Shoot, Chip.
Billy says his older brother's new phone is the niffiest thing he's ever seen. Says it practically reads his mind. Golly, is that even possible?
Possible, sure. Worth having, that's a different question.
What you mean? Wouldn't it be swell to have a phone that just knows stuff about you?
Would it be swell if the mailman read every letter before he delivered it, Chip?
Gosh, no. That'd be kinda nosy.
That's the word for it, all right. Seems some folks forgot why that matters.
Remember when modern meant your life got easier, not watched?
That's why Mark 3.7 doesn't build it that way, son. The ghost phone doesn't go poking around in your business to seem clever. It just does what you ask of it. Nothing more.
Gee whiz. So it's not nosy at all?
Not one bit. Same with my ghost laptop right there on the table. Quiet as a Sunday afternoon.
Boy, that beats Billy's brother's phone by a mile.
I use mine for recipes and the church newsletter. It's never once tried to sell me something I didn't ask for.
So everybody in the house has one of these ghost things?
Whole house runs quieter for it, Chip. Always was the idea.
Some things never needed improving, just protecting.
Welcome to the Reality Zone, your ultimate source for knowledge and truth. At realityzone.com, we offer a wide selection of books, audios, and videos, all designed to educate, inform, and inspire. But more importantly, offers an alternative to the mainstream narrative fueled by corrupt government and institutional propaganda. Whether you're interested in freedom, health, money, or general knowledge, we have you covered. Discover our bestsellers like Creature from Jekyll Island, an eye-opening exploration into the world of banking and finance, and World Without Cancer, which challenges conventional views on health and disease, and much more thought-provoking content from G. Edward Griffin. Visit Reality Zone today and take the red pill. Step into a world of awareness where once the bell is rung, it can never be unrung. Plus, don't miss us at this year's Red Pill Expo that brings together experts and enthusiasts from around the world. Visit redpillexpo.org for more information. Check out realityzone.com today for these titles and exclusive Red Pill Expo content available on thumb drive for the first time. There are great deals and discounts, all in time for holiday shopping.
In 1943, government seized Nikola Tesla's most dangerous invention, a healing technology that threatened Big Pharma's entire empire. They buried it for 100 years, but it's back, and over 1,000 people worldwide are using it right now. When you join Tesla Club, you get your own Tesla plasma device, 5 times more powerful than the original Violet Ray and built to last. You join a private Telegram group where members share breakthroughs daily. Stroke recoveries, cancer reversals, chronic pain gone in minutes. These aren't stories. These are yesterday's posts. You get lifetime support from people who've been where you are. Technical guidance, therapeutic protocols, a group that actually understands. And you get access to hundreds of documented experiments, real members, real results, real transformations. No prescriptions, no waiting for permission, no begging doctors who don't believe you. Just you, your machine, and a movement taking health sovereignty back. We're Tesla Club, private science club for self-directed healing. Visit tzla.club. Join the revolution.
It's back!
This is merely to introduce properly one Robert F. Williams, the president in exile of this Republic of New Africa and the author of The Crusader. Now here is what Robert Williams says. The lifeblood of U.S. capitalism is its productive capacity and its extensive commerce. If these two factors were to become paralyzed and rendered sterile, the orderly function of the government establishment would degenerate into a state of chaos, and the superstructure of the system would collapse. The more automated a society is, the more vulnerable it is to forces of calamity. What would highly mechanized America be without electrical power? What would it be without modern transportation? What would it be without its industrial capacity? And then, having asked these questions, Robert Williams proceeds to explain in minute detail exactly how to manufacture the devices that can be used by a mere handful of people to ensure that highly automated America will lose its electrical power, its modern transportation, and its industrial capacity. I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, that less than a dozen people, if they know what they're doing, can reduce any of our major cities into a helpless, seething mass of confusion, panic, and death. Just one person can poison the city's entire water supply, or destroy the main aqueduct, or blow up the principal pumping stations. And where would people in Los Angeles, for instance, get a drink of water if it didn't come out of a pipe? And how long can a human being survive without water? 4 or 5 days, perhaps? But long before that, there'd be tens of thousands of people dead in our cities, not from thirst, but because they were unable to defend what water they had from roving bands of desperate people who were dying of thirst. And that's thinking only of the loss of water. In your mind's eye, compound that with no food, no electricity, no way to dispose of sewage, no police protection, no water pressure to fight fires, no radio or TV, no telephone, no buses, no gasoline for your car, no way to escape, no place to go if you could. And don't think for a minute that the countryside would be immune from disaster either. In this issue of The Crusader, the communists call not only for extensive chaos within the cities, but for putting to the torch every village, every forest, every field, and every barn. The plan is for raging fires from one city to the next. The reason? Well, first, there's the value of sheer destruction. Secondly, it would force us to deploy our defenses and rescue units over the widest possible area. The communists point out that as long as our police and National Guard remain concentrated, they're invincible. But if they can be forced to spread out over the entire city and into the countryside as well, then they can be picked off from ambush one by one. And the third value of massive fire to the communists is psychological. The average American, they say, soft and decadent, when he sees billows of black smoke rising from one horizon to the other, when at night the only light he has to see by is the flickering red from flames leaping into the sky, he'll become paralyzed with fear and panic. He'll run away and hide and do nothing to interfere with the guerrilla bands as they strike at the community's power centers. The Crusader explains how to set up sniper nets in crowded metropolitan areas, how to manufacture jumbo Molotov cocktails, the gallon jug size, and how to mix the gasoline with certain ingredients to make it burn like napalm. How to pour gasoline into utility manholes in the streets to set fire to the main telephone cables. How to put sulfur tips from matches into air conditioning units and blow up large buildings. How to ignite gas mains and oil storage tanks. It explains how radio-controlled model airplanes can be used to fly explosive heavily guarded fences into gasoline storage areas or munition stockpiles.
You take the red pill and find out how deep the rabbit hole goes. Welcome to the truth.
Hey, this is Amalia with Growth Factor, and right next to me is one of the most famous men on the globe. That's how I always talk about Mr. G. Edward Griffin. He's now 94, and around 94 is when he wrote one of the most famous books on the planet, The Creature from Jekyll Island. And every year he has Red Pill University. Can you tell us the next one and what it's all about?
People that are already outside of the matrix, and they offer them the red pill. If they take the red pill, then suddenly they're out of the matrix and they can see life the way it really is. But if they don't want to see life the way it really is, and wouldn't you know, a lot of people don't like reality. They rather have the illusions. If you don't want reality, you can take your blue pill and you just stay in that dream state forever. I thought it was a great idea to have an Expo conference and deliver a lot of very knowledgeable people who can talk about discovering the red pill in their own personal lives. And a lot of these people are professionals and high up in the professions. They've got doctors and lawyers and teachers. And we got common people that sell things and from all walks of life. And it's particularly interesting when you deal with people in the political world and in the world of healthcare.
Infectant, where it knocks it out in a minute.
Chlorine dioxide has so many mechanisms of action.
The war on chlorine dioxide. That every cupboard in this country should have chlorine dioxide. Chlorine dioxide. Chlorine dioxide.
Chlorine dioxide is super awesome. Pierre Corey has a new book that I've read about the history of chlorine dioxide, and you're featured.
The wellness blanket is made top and bottom with 100% organic cotton, and the middle is energy reflecting materials. So when you're fully wrapped in it, it's kind of like a mirror effect where the good strong energies are bouncing back to heal the weak, and then your immune system kicks in and puts the body into parasympathetic so your body can actually heal itself. It started back in the 1960s in Russia. So the cosmonauts are in their spacesuits, and the scientists take apart the spacesuit, and they realize in the spacesuit are these energy reflecting materials. And then in the 1990s, they took that technology in Russia and they put it into a blanket. They wanted something that the general public could also benefit from. Yeah, so we have really seen people that haven't slept in years, and now they can sleep again. If your body is wrapped in that blanket, it's just that powerful cocoon where your body's just immune to all that outside interference. And I think when that happens, you can really rest and sleep deeply. Like you were saying, you dream and you wake up. I know for me, when I wake up, I am so refreshed. So you're going to go ahead and lay down on it. And then it's going to cover you. This is the standard blanket. Again, you want to make a plain size next to the body, so the energy reflecting materials are acting like a gentle infrared sun. The last few months since I've been working with more autism families, these children are so calm relaxed. They can sleep. The parents can sleep, which is so important. One of the moms took the blanket home with her, and her son is using it in his therapy. The therapist said that it usually takes 8 hours for her to get as deep as she was able to get with him in 30 minutes, just laying on top of the blanket. These pets love their wellness blanket. I have a friend who is also an affiliate, Dr. Carey. She has a little dog. He's about 9 years old. He has arthritis in his hip. So when she got a blanket several months ago, she would have to pick him up and put him on the bed so he could sleep with her. But after 2 weeks, he can now jump up again, and he's not showing that pain that he used to have. One of the most important things with the wellness blanket is that we keep it dry. And when you buy your wellness blanket, it will say here, dry clean only, do not get wet. I'm going to go to thewellnessblanket.com. I always tell people don't forget because if you just put in wellness blanket, you won't find us. So it's thewellnessblanket.com. Make sure you put in blanket 10 for 10% off.
Former KGB operative Yuri Bezmenov defected to the United States and became an American citizen. In this interview, he describes the 4 stages of ideological subversion used by the Communist Party to take over the United States.
When the Soviets use the phrase ideological subversion, what do they mean by it?
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate 1 generation of students in the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism, American patriotism. The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. For the last 25 years, actually it's overfulfilled, because demoralization now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before, exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat bottom. When a military boot crashes his balls, then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization. The next stage is destabilization. This time, subverter does not care about your ideas and the patterns of your consumption. Whether you eat junk food and get fat and flabby, it doesn't matter anymore. This time, and it takes only from 2 to 5 years to destabilize a nation. What matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems. And you can see it quite clearly that in some areas, in such sensitive areas as defense and economy. The influence of Marxist-Leninist ideas in the United States is absolutely fantastic. I could never believe it 14 years ago when I landed in this part of the world that the process will go that fast. The next stage, of course, is crisis. It may take only up to 6 weeks to bring a country to the verge of crisis. You can see it in Central America now. And after crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy, you have so-called the period of normalization. It may last indefinitely. Normalization is a cynical expression borrowed from Soviet propaganda. When the Soviet tanks moved into Czechoslovakia in '68, Comrade Brezhnev said, now the situation in brotherly Czechoslovakia is normalized. This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all these schmucks to bring the country to crisis, to promise people all kind of goodies and the paradise on earth, to destabilize your economy, to eliminate the principle of free market competition, and to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C., with the benevolent dictators like Walter Mondale, who will promise lots of things, never mind whether the promises are fulfillable or not. Your leftists in the United States, all these professors and all these beautiful civil rights defenders, they are instrumental in the process of the subversion only to destabilize the nation. When their job is completed, they are not needed anymore. They know too much. Some of them, when they get disillusioned, when they see that Marxist-Leninists come to power, obviously they get offended. They think that they will come to power. That will never happen, of course. They will be lined up against the wall and shot. But they may turn into the most bitter enemies of Marxist-Leninists when they come to power. And that's what happened in Nicaragua. You remember most of these former Marxist-Leninists were put to prison, or one of them split, and now he's working against Sandinistas. It happened in Grenada when Maurice Bishop was already a Marxist. He was executed by a new Marxist who was more Marxist than this Marxist. Same happened in Afghanistan when first there was Taraki, he was killed by Amin, then Amin was killed by Babrak Karmal with the help of KGB. Same happened in Bangladesh when Mujibur Rahman, very pro-Soviet leftist, was assassinated by his own Marxist-Leninist military comrades. It's the same pattern everywhere. The time bomb is ticking, but every second the disaster is coming closer and closer. Unlike myself, you will have nowhere to defect to.
Disinfectant where it knocks it out in a minute.
Chlorine dioxide has so many mechanisms of action.
The war on chlorine dioxide. That every cupboard in this country should have chlorine dioxide.
Chlorine dioxide. Chlorine dioxide.
Chlorine dioxide is super awesome. Pierre Corey has a new book that I've read about the history of chlorine dioxide, and you're featured in
Meet G. Edward Griffin, a renowned author and researcher who has uncovered truths that have changed the way we understand the world. His groundbreaking book, The Creature from Jekyll Island, takes you on a thrilling journey into the secret world of the Federal Reserve. It's a detective story, but everything is true. This is essential reading for anyone curious about the origins and impact of our monetary system. In World Without Cancer, Griffin challenges the conventional understanding of health, presenting compelling evidence that cancer is linked to a deficiency in a natural compound that can be found in 1,400 edible plants, but have been deleted from modern diets due to their slightly bitter taste, such as is found in apple seeds. This book explores alternative perspectives that can defeat cancer simply by restoring small amounts of this substance to our daily diet. At realityzone.com, you'll find these best-selling titles and a collection of other thought-provoking works as well. From history and health to economics and geopolitics, there's something for everyone with a curious mind. Visit realityzone.com to discover exclusive offers when books are bundled, save up to 20%, and unlock deeper insights into the world around us.
Hey, this is Robert Scott Bell. You probably are sick of seeing me as the MC for the Red Pill Expo, but what can I say? I can't say no to Ed. What are you going to say? G. Edward Griffin calls you. So I love you all. Appreciate you so much. Many of you might know me from the Robert Scott Bell Show. I've been doing this show for over 25 years in broadcast media. Yes, you have a friend in the media that has been red-pilled and been red-pilling for decades. Oh, not as long as Ed, but hey, I'll take a fraction of that. That's okay. Also, I'm a homeopath. What does that mean? Don't be frightened. It means I bring the power to heal back to you where it belongs. It's not like I have it and give it to you. I just remind you of where it's originating from and then kind of tap you into some of those things that you're never going to hear about in the lamestream, mainstream, legacy media. No pharmaceutical pills here, no shots needed, nothing like that. I'm on 6 days a week, believe it or not. Yes, 6 days a week. So beyond the Red Pill Expo, you can still catch me up 2+ hours every day, Monday through Friday live, additional hour on Sundays. Where do you listen? Where do you watch it? Come on over to robertscottbell.com, and then there's a listen or live or watch live link. It's just /live, and you can see that here on the video. Now, another thing I like to do, because I don't sell products on my show, I certainly talk about the things I believe in. I consider them RSB approved. I've been at this for so long. So if you want to learn about how to get healthy and stay healthy, there's a whole section on the website you can see here, Products We Love section, and just click on anything to get discounts, the best stuff available for you, whether it be supplements, services, different things like that. There's a lot to learn, and I've been doing it for so long. I still have more to learn, but I love to teach as well. Also, one of the things I talk about, economic healing. You guys maybe don't know about this, but the United Precious Metals Association, which is one of the links we have here, you can set up a free account. It's like having your own trust. Just with an email, you could set up your kids, your grandkids. They can start saving in real money, sound money, gold, silver, gold backs. And that's available there for you for free. And we have that link up in the Products We Love section at robertscottbell.com. There's also so much more, including once a month, I meet with you, those of you who are really interested in learning more, with a Patreon support page. Thank you for supporting this message of health, freedom, and healing liberty. You can get more, you can give more. And that is with our Patreon page. We have a monthly meeting via Zoom where we see one another. You can submit questions that I can't answer into the public domain, but in that private group, you can plug in and learn a lot as well. Wonderful opportunity there. So there's so much happening here at the Red Pill Expo. I just want to remind you that beyond the Red Pill Expo, we can stay in touch. We can keep the red pill bouncing, so to speak, and bring the power to heal back where it belongs with each and every one of you. So thank you to G. Edward Griffin and the crew at the Red Pill Expo for supporting this message of health, freedom, and healing liberty. And you'll always have a home here with me on the Robert Scott Bell Show, robertscottbell.com.
Welcome to Reality Zone, the official store for Red Pill University.
We're going to get started shortly. We've got Dan Happel scheduled, so you guys kind of move on into the auditorium and let's get this thing rocking and rolling. All right. Thanks for the break and all the great stuff happening, but come on in. We're going to get started in just a moment and get ahead of the schedule because we got a lot to do here on the Red Pill Expo stage. So thank you. Come on back. Yes. All right, y'all. Thank you for being here. Red Pill Expo continues. I know we're having a lot of fun right here in the Ahern Hotel, which has been great. And the exhibitors and everybody's interacting and learning and putting into action the things that they're learning about here. A lot of focus on health and protection from various things like that. Now, since we had a rock and roller to open this morning, I can also add the rest of the story on my burpee story from yesterday. Like I said, every year for the past few years, I've been challenging myself at whatever year it is that I've been in this body. I'm on my birthday. I'm doing these burpees where you drop down and do a full push-up, you get up and jump and go back down. Each one is one. And I figured out I needed to do it in a reasonable time frame. It couldn't be over the whole day. I wanted to challenge myself. So again, since we were into some heavy metal or something like that, I'll let you know that my goal was to complete the number of burpees of my birthday year, if you will, in the time that the song Thunderstruck by AC/DC plays. I had to finish them before that song ended. I chose that because I think it's 4 minutes and 50 seconds to give me a reasonable chance of doing it. And on my 60th birthday, thanks to Cardio Miracle, thanks to the Sovereign Copper I talked about, I did it in 3.5 minutes. I didn't do it that fast at 59, 58, 57. So I'm like, the stuff I'm talking about, it works. It's real. And I'm grateful that you guys can access that information here, learning about it, thanks to G. Edward Griffin's invitation for me to speak and be an MC. So we've got a very special session. We're starting early to get a full-on presentation from Dan Happel. He actually is filled in. Well, he's emceed before me, but he filled in once when the plane didn't make it in time for the first day of the Red Pill Expo. So he's a gem. In fact, I think we met at the Mesquite one the first time. Was that the first time we met at the Red Pill Expo in Mesquite? And I found him to be a kind, gentle warrior. Don't mess with him. At the same time, he's just such the sweetest energy too, which is wonderful because you can get into places and accomplish things that they say are impossible. Dan Happel knows how to do it. So here's the topic. The party's over, but what will replace it? Everybody, welcome to the Red Pill stage. Dan Happel, all the way from Montana. Dan, my brother, so good to see you. Thank you, Dan.
All right, we've got a lot of fun ahead of us, and I'm going to probably make some people mad because I am not in love with the right-left paradigm. I can tell you right now, in this country, we have a one-party system that's masquerading as a two-party system. And if you don't believe that, just stay with me for the next hour and I'll show you how it works. I have a podcast called Connecting the Dots with Dan Happel. It's a terrestrial radio. I do radio and also podcast on live stream. We do that with the understanding that the truth is more important than what we may fundamentally at first think we believe. Because every time I do a podcast, every day I learn something new. And the fact is, we all need to learn that the system is cooked. The books are cooked, and we are on the menu. So let's go with this. First of all, the party is over, exposing the underlying purpose of two-party political systems. First of all, we're living in a world right now where our two parties represent two very distinct but very similar things. Cultural Marxism or communism in the Democrat Party and corporate fascism or crony capitalism in the Republican Party. And here's a picture of the famous Fabian window and Fabian Society in London. And at the top of it, it says, "Remold it near the heart's desire." It shows Sidney Webb and George Bernard Shaw molding a molten world into what they want. And right behind them is the Fabian Society moniker, which happens to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. And down below, you'll actually see culture and also the normal citizens of the world. They're all worshiping books on socialism. So what exactly is cultural Marxism and how did we get it in our country? Well, there are some people say Hitler ran the Frankfurt School out of Germany. That's not true. Actually, it was before Hitler became chancellor there. It happened in 1930, and it was actually during the Weimar Republic. And they ran them out of Germany because they were trying to promote communism throughout Germany. And guess what? They landed at Columbia University in New York City. That's how they got to the United States. And so here's what cultural Marxism is. It's really tearing down our basic institutions and recreating a system that is much, much different than the individualism that's part of our Constitution. It's creating a communist system that's based on collectivism. And the professors that were down at the beginning of this thing, the second generation of those professors were Richard Cloward, Francis Fox Piven. They were two of the essential ones, and they created a theory called the Cloward and Piven theory. And that is to overload the system with a welfare state and then overload it to the point where it creates a crisis where there's no way out. It bankrupts the country and it returns the country to a state where there's no choice but to use socialism to keep the whole system alive. These are two of the books that they wrote, Politics of Turmoil and Regulating the Poor. And they're both about how you use the underclasses and the useful idiots to become part of the solution for their Hegelian dialectic. That Hegelian dialectic is to change our entire political culture. So, what is really cultural Marxism? The issue is never the issue. The issue is always about the revolution. You always hear about the revolution in under communism, and that's what it is. It is a revolutionary way of thinking, and what you do is you hide it, just like Alex Newman said yesterday. They hide their original intent. They get people to buy into these warm and fuzzy buzzwords that are part of the system. And then people think they're doing good. There are a lot of people that think they're doing wonderful things for society by adopting all these things like social justice and all these buzzwords that you hear that are part of the radical left. But in fact, every one of them are about socialism and about communism. They use a multi-front strategy to advance Marxism. I'm not going to read the entire list, but they do it through elections. They do it through immigration. They do it through defaming and going after the people that are their political opponents. They discredit people like us that talk about this. They get into the institutions of government, into banking, into all the institutions in our basic society. They worm their way in, and then once they're in, there's no getting them out. And they'll use violence, intimidation, they'll use any means necessary to be able to accomplish their goals. And ultimately, what they plan to do is disarm the American people and then control us through what they refer to as public-private partnerships. That was discussed yesterday. It is unelected, appointed government positions. They're known as COGS, councils of government. So you take away the democratically elected government and you replace them with experts. This is leading into the next segment of this, but this little boy asking, Mommy, why do we have wars? And she said, because we're ruled by an elite group of psychopaths who own the banks that control the governments and the media. They fund both sides of every war for profit, and they manufacture the consent of the people through the propaganda of the media. That's exactly what we've been doing for the last 120 years. And now we're going to get into the corporate fascists, because guess who funded the Bolshevik Revolution? It was the U.S. and international banking community. They paid for the Bolshevik Revolution. And the cartoon on the right that says "Delighted," it was drawn and done by Robert Miner, who ended up going to Russia in 2017. He became part of the so-called Red Cross contingent that went from the United States. And they're the bagmen that carried the money into Russia to hand to the Bolsheviks. You'll see in that cartoon, there's Robert Miner, no, there's Nelson Rockefeller, there is J.P. Morgan, there is trying to think of all the guys that were there. Ryan from the Bank of New York, and Andrew Carnegie. And guess what? Right there's Teddy Roosevelt, our first progressive socialist president. Everybody thinks he was a hardcore Republican. Guess what? He was an internationalist. He was one in favor of building empire, and he was a hardcore socialist. And I don't have time to tell that whole story, but do your own research, because he was anything but a conservative. So let's go back and let's talk about the Bush family, because this is a more contemporary thing. Prescott Bush was a vice president and director at the Union Bank in New York City. They were actually discovered to be laundering money for the Nazis, and the Harriman family, who the Prescott Bush married into the Harriman family, had given him the reins to the bank. And guess what? They found out they were laundering money for the Nazis. It was in direct violation of our Constitution. Well, you would think Prescott Bush would end up in prison, but guess what? He had nothing done to him, and he ended up running and becoming a U.S. senator, and not only a U.S. senator, but one of the more influential senators. And his son, who ended up being the CIA director and a number of other things, George Herbert Walker Bush, and the entire Bush dynasty ended up being a bunch of globalists that talked incessantly about the New World Order. And incidentally, we'll make some connections here, but Zbigniew Brzezinski wrote a book called The Strategic Vision about the American century and how America was going to end up rewriting much of the political environment for the world. And right there's a chart. You probably can't see it very well, but it shows the connections between the Bushes and the Obama, or not the Obamas, but I just forgot it, Laden, the bin Laden family. They were connected through the Carlyle Group. They did a lot of business together. They did lots of business together. And so they were part of the Carlyle Group, and the connections between Iraq and the war in Afghanistan and all the rest, it was a money-making scheme for the rich and the powerful. And at the very bottom there, it shows Liz Cheney, President O'Biden, which I refer to as O'Biden for good reason. President O'Biden gave a pardon to Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney, an unconditional pardon, as well as Milley and Dr. Evil. And he didn't even list the reason that he was giving them an unconditional pardon. Well, we'll talk about that shortly. Here's Irving Kristol, the godfather of the neoconservative movement. He called himself a Trotskyite. He was a communist, but he was a Trotskyite of a communist, and he was a globalist. And he was wonderful friends with the Bushes and many of our Republican establishment. There's a picture of Bill Kristol, Lindsey Graham, who just died today, I believe. And all I can say is that I hope it's not as warm where he's going as it today here, because we're going to be in trouble. And that cartoon on the right there is a perfect example. The Democrats right on the back of the neocons and the MAGA movement, and they're both heading in opposite directions, and the donkey's just along for the ride. So how do they use fear to control society? This is the way they control society is through fear. They came up with a plan in 1998, 1999. There was a group called the Project for the New American Century. And they talked about how they needed to develop a plan for the world that would allow them to control the world's resources and be able to make America continue as the greatest empire in the world, and how they could do that. And they talked about a new Pearl Harbor type event. Well, Zbigniew Brzezinski talked about it too in his book, The Grand Chessboard. And lo and behold, we've got a bad guy, an evil guy called Osama bin Laden, who happened to also be named Tim Osman, who was a CIA asset. There's clear evidence, a clear track between the CIA and Osama bin Laden. And so 9/11 came along. You can see the Twin Towers there, the tower on the right, and a plane getting ready to hit the tower on the left. And that's what it looked like. And that's what the fires looked like. This was after the first plane hit. And it shows minor office fires and a very black, greasy smoke coming out, which means it was a low temperature fire. But these are the fires that supposedly brought down the Twin Towers. And when they came down, the building in the foreground right there, the kind of silver building, the tallest, is Building 7. And it was almost a block away. And it came down in its own footprint within 3 hours of the collapse of the Twin Towers. And there weren't even any significant office fires in that building. You can see how unfazed by the Twin Tower collapses it was right there. Oop. That's the building as it was coming down, controlled demolition. And the building came down directly into its own footprint. And yet the 9/11 Commission said it was a structural collapse of the building because of fire. Take a look. Do you see any fire in there? I don't. The little limited office fires in there, frankly, if that happened that way, they would have rewritten the international building codes worldwide. Didn't touch a thing. So what was the result of all this time in 20 years in Iraq and Afghanistan? What was the result of it? Well, the USA Patriot Act, which had been sitting on a shelf written by the Clinton administration in 1998, had been sitting on a shelf waiting for a new Pearl Harbor type event so they could bring it out and what they could do with it. And it nullifies much of our Constitution. It added sweeping new powers to where Americans can become domestic terrorists at the whim of the administrative branch and a State Department. It bypasses all the courts. It allows all law enforcement to have access, no-knock warrants, all sorts of things, and it radically reduced travel in this country through TSA, among other things. It had an enormous impact on our country. That people have no idea how bad the Patriot Act is, and yet it keeps getting renewed. For some reason, we're still using the Patriot Act. And so what did we get out of that 20 years of war? Well, 5,400 American casualties, nearly 40,000 major disabilities in our military troops, not counting all the suicides and all the rest that came after. That hasn't been calculated in there. It killed nearly 1 million Iraqi and Afghani people and cost us in the nature, the Brown University did a study on it. They said 8 million, but by now it's actually been increased to 9 trillion. I'm sorry, not billion. $9 trillion is what it cost us. Think about how much of our national debt has been incurred in these senseless wars. And what did we do? We walked away and left $80 billion in high-tech weaponry behind, and now our enemies have that weaponry. This is Obama and Biden and their good friend, the biggest communist in the world. And what they're doing is they're talking about all the new things that they're going to do in America. And a lot of people don't know this, but when the Russian Soviet system fell, the United States went into that area through George Herbert Walker Bush, and they agreed that they would never expand NATO beyond the current NATO states at that time, and that they would respect the Warsaw Pact countries and leave them alone and keep the country out. They since then have added NATO to virtually every country, and now they're moving. They were trying to move into Ukraine and bring NATO in Ukraine, and finally Vladimir Putin said enough is enough. That's when he went into Ukraine. So let's talk about what Antifa and what fascists and anti-fascists are. Well, the Antifa, they're communists. They're international socialists. The fascists supposedly are national socialists. They all believe in socialism. They just have a different approach to it. They all hate free markets. They all want government control of individual enterprise and industry. It's just a matter of how they do it. And frankly, they're two sides of the same coin. This is a picture of some of the Antifa riots that were going on in the early Trump administration. These are the people, and they were all openly wearing communist symbolisms, and the media wouldn't even report on it. They just hid it. This is more of the same thing. And this is a demonstration. This was during the same time of Occupy Wall Street. And this was a university demonstration. And what they're talking on there, you can see by the placards and all the rest, they're teaching our children that capitalism is bad and that communism is good, collectivism is good. This is our university system. This is Cloward and Piven. This is the Frankfurt School. This is all the teachers' colleges that have been indoctrinated by the Frankfurt School. This is what our kids are learning. And here's China Joe Biden at the Council of Foreign Relations. And this is actually a video. You should check it out yourself. Biden, and he was vice president at the time this was going on, he was bragging at the Council on Foreign Relations how he had gone in and threatened the Ukrainians that he was withhold several $billions in funding if they didn't let his son off the hook and go after the prosecutor that was trying to make connections between the Russian mafia and Burisma. And incidentally, he accused Trump of that, and he was the one that was doing it. It wasn't Trump. It was him that was doing it. This is San Francisco. This gives you a good idea what was going on with all the homeless shelters and the drugs and all the rest during the Obama and then later the Biden administrations. So what happened? Well, President Trump, who we thought was a very, very good populist president, was inaugurated. He was elected and inaugurated. And this is what happened when he was swearing in as president. This is in Washington, D.C. Now we hear about 9/11, we hear about, or I'm sorry, January 6th, and all the violence at the Capitol, which there was very little. And this is the stuff that went on when Trump was being sworn in as president in 2017. This is D.C. These are some of the protests that were going on in D.C. Same thing, hammer and sickle, burning flags, doing all the rest. And, you know, openly, this is D.C. again, openly they had banners and placards says it takes a bullet to bash a fash. I mean, openly talking about violence. This isn't J6 where they're waving flags and talking about make America great again. They're talking about destroying America, and yet the mainstream media wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. This is another one of those same things. These things were going on, these protests and even some minor rioting were going on nationwide, all over the country when Trump was being sworn in. Another group, same thing. This happened to be the Black Trans Queer Black Lives Matter group. And guess what? Incidentally, there were pallets of bricks all over the metro areas in these various towns. Somehow, pallets of bricks just showed up. This is some of that nonviolent behavior where they're breaking out windows downtown. So what do? They divide and conquer us. They amplify our differences and they destroy our national unity. This is Black Lives Matter right here. And this is the two of the founders of Black Lives Matter, Patrice Kohler and also Opal Tomati, standing with their good friend Nicolas Maduro. And ironically, he was considered one of the worst police brutality groups in the entire world. And they thought that was just fine if he was doing it. So what'd they do? Well, here's Atlanta. We had riots and burning. This is Minneapolis. This is, I believe this is Portland. Burning, looting, destroying buildings. This is Los Angeles, destroying property, destroying police. As a result of the Antifa riots nationwide, something like 24 police were either murdered or very badly injured. And literally dozens of people were either hurt very badly or killed. And yet nothing happened to most of them. This is some of the looting that was going on in Minneapolis. This is more of that same looting. And this shows areas where there were entire blocks in Minneapolis, and that happened nationwide, where buildings were burned down. And most of these buildings, most of these businesses were black businesses. It wasn't about race. It was about destroying things. And at the end of that, the summer of Black Lives Matter, which they said was a summer of peace, this is an article that came from the New York Times. This summer's Black Lives Matter protesters were overwhelmingly peaceful. Our research finds police and counter protesters sometimes started the violence. The data on these protests shows very little violence. Here is what we have found based on the 7,305 events. This is how many events happened around the country. The overall levels of violence and property destruction were low, and most of the violence that did take place was in fact directed against the BLM protesters. In the case of Black Lives Matter, such claims are not only cynical, they're false. And incidentally, look at the sign there. Gas at the time was $1.89. I think that's kind of tells the story too. So what'd they do after that? Well, it wasn't quite enough to take down Trump completely. They worked on him the entire first term through Russia, and all the rest. They came along with the pandemic. And this is a gentleman who, Jacques Attila, he was one of the founding members of the European Union. He's actually, they call him the shadow president of France. This is what he said in 1981. In the future, it will be a question of finding a way to reduce the population. We will start with the old, then the weak, and then the useless, and especially the stupid ones. We will get rid of them by making them believe it is for their own good. We will find something or cause it, a pandemic that targets certain people, a virus that will affect the old and the fat. It doesn't matter. The weak will succumb to it. The fearful and the stupid will believe it and ask to be treated. We will have taken care to have planned the treatment, a treatment that will be the solution. The selection of idiots will thus be done, and they will go to the slaughterhouse on their own. This is 1981. And incidentally, I'll go back, but you know, we see the cast of characters standing behind the scene right there on the bottom of the screen. And one of them is Dr. Evil himself. The COVID outbreak, this is from his Great Reset book. This is a quote. The COVID-19 outbreak will be the first big step towards unprecedented control of mankind. This is Klaus Schwab, the Hegelian dialectic, using the managed crisis to your own good. This is a COVID pandemic. This is some of the stupid things they do, walk around in moon suits and act like complete idiots. This was New York City, Times Square. This was how they locked down the country. This is a beautiful example of it. This was during the lockdowns. And here's this beautiful young lady on the upper left-hand side. She says, now what? She had just graduated college and she had nothing to look forward to. They shrunk the U.S. GNP by 33%, 30.9% during the COVID pandemic. Guess who came out ahead on that? China actually had a growth in their GNP, 3.2%. We ended up closing down 40% of the independent small businesses in this country, and most of them never came back. That's what we accomplished. So who were the winners in this? Well, big corporate box stores, people like Walmart, Costco, Home Depot, Lowe's, you know, the big box stores, they did fine. The small businesses, they shut down. The strip clubs and the bars stayed open, but they shut down the churches. Now, tell me how that makes any sense. That's how they did it. And on the right-hand side, you see Amazon. Amazon doubled its net worth during the COVID pandemic. So what they bring, they brought on the Harris-Biden White House, the run for the presidency, which in fact, he spent the entire presidency hiding in his basement. And when they did do a rally, they couldn't get a half a dozen people to show up to some of them. But miraculously, Maricopa County, many other counties, the vote came in and somehow he won. And he won by just a margin, but just enough to make it work. You know, they shut down the elections in the middle of the night for hours. And then all of a sudden he went from being far behind to being way ahead. So this is a beautiful little quotation by Joseph Stalin. It's enough that the people know that there was an election. The people who cast the votes decide nothing. The people who count the votes decide everything. This is it. And so we went into 2021 with this very challenged lunatic in charge. This is a cartoon by my friend Ben Garrison. I actually have the original of this, the Dance of the Banana Republic. And look at what happened. Here's January 6th. This was before he came in, and I was a J6er, so a lot of us, I think, in this room probably were, okay? But this was a group of people that I stood with at the National Mall and in front of the Washington Monument. This is they were the salt of the earth, the best people. There was not a riot or a thought in hand of creating violence. They were there to make sure that the Congress and the Senate brought forth all the questions that were in the election, because there were thousands of verifiable documented evidence of fraud, of voter fraud. This is more of the same. And here's Ray Epps on the center left there, and several of the Antifa people that they bust in. They bust in busloads from as far away as Portland, Oregon, of Antifa people to be there so they could cause the riots, so that they could start the violence. And the FBI even admitted that they had more than 200 undercover agents scattered throughout the protesters, and that it was being instigated, it was being orchestrated, and it was done very intentionally to try to demonize any of the J6ers. So I want to show, because they said there was $19 million in damage at the Capitol. Well, I was actually architect in training, a Corps of Engineers at Fort McNair, downtown DC. And I got to work on federal estimates. And I'm telling you, anytime it had anything to do with Congress, the Capitol, the White House, or the war colleges, they'd take a number and they'd quadruple it, and then they'd double it. And so this is the kind of evidence of damage that they did. And here's a little more. Oh, and incidentally, they included all the cleaning fees and everything else for a week. Was included in that estimate. This is a little more. This is the kind of damage that, you know, now consider this. They burned down all these buildings in Antifa riots, and destroyed property like there was no tomorrow. And yet this is the most heinous activity and the most unconstitutional riots in the history of the country, according to China Joe Biden. And the only people that got killed were the ones that the cops shot. And this is a quote here by the USA Today. Federal prosecutors have charged more than 1,600 people in more than 46 states with participating in the J6 riot at the U.S. Capitol. Although President Trump pardoned most, there are still several dozen that should be released. That's my quote. That second one is not theirs, that's mine. And USA Today, this is their quote, gathers details of those cases as the FBI continues to find and charge those responsible for the attack that left 5 people dead and sent lawmakers and Vice President Mike Pence fleeing to shelter. They didn't mention that all the deaths were caused by the police department. Because this is China Joe at Philadelphia talking about the horrible MAGA people and how they should be identified and eliminated. This is an article that came out by the Center for Media and Democracy, and it talks about the J6 people and how evil they are. This is the kind of crap that was coming out at the time. So do we really have a justice system, or is it just them? I think it's just them. And this was a great cartoon by Ben Garrison, Welcome to the Club, the FBI joining the KGB, the Gestapo, and the Praetorian Guard. So they use immigration. They use bringing people in illegally to forward the Cloward and Piven strategy to disrupt the country and to create a whole bunch of new voters that couldn't vote legally. This is part of certainly what Michael Yon was talking about in the Central America area, where they're bringing the caravans up, busloads at a time. And meanwhile, they're letting people out of prison, but they're spending all this time going after Trump. And this is a picture of the CIA and the FBI. This is the CIA and how they've completely gone out of control. They're off the tracks. And meanwhile, we're getting drug into every single thing you can think of. And they're teaching our kids drag queen transgender story hour. So Trump ended up returned to the presidency. And this is a picture of the shredding machine outside of the Justice Department. I thought that was pretty funny. But Trump came in with the idea he was going to bring in Doge. He was going to reduce the deficit by trillions of dollars. He was going to audit the Fed. He was going to audit Fort Knox. He promised that he would never get us into a war and that he would get us out of every war. And that he would, if it had been up to him, there would have been no war in Ukraine. Well, meanwhile, he's bringing in transhumanism, AI, all the things that we need to be worried about. So what do we have now? Well, I think we've got controlled opposition. I was a big Trump fan. I went, like I said, to J6 to stand up for Trump in fair elections. But all I can tell you is I'm beginning to understand this is all controlled opposition. The never-ending dialectic, thesis, antithesis, and then synthesis. And meanwhile, we're throwing our finances, our goals going over the fence, and they're throwing back our worthless fiat currency. And China has been downgrading their U.S. investments, and other countries have, to the point now where, frankly, very few people are buying our debt except us. If it weren't for our pension funds, we'd be in real trouble. And here we have 39 plus trillion, almost 40 trillion in debt, with another 112 trillion in unfunded liabilities and $2 quadrillion in derivatives liabilities that most people don't even know exist. So what do we have here? Now we have the promotion of AI, nanotechnology. We're talking about CBDCs. We're talking about tokenized finance. We're talking about all the things that seem like they would have been impossible under another administration, under a Democrat administration. Now we're ready to accept them. This is the anti-ICE riots. This is Los Angeles, the anti-ICE riots. And this shows some of the things that have been going on. And this is a picture of France right now. And then around the world, they're starting to realize what globalism is all about. The French and other countries around the world are really catching on to the New World Order. It's time for us to do that too. This is Ukraine. Some of the writing came off of this somehow in the transfer, but basically we see the kind of destruction. The only ones that ever come out ahead on this are the bankers, the international bankers, and the people who manufacture the ammunition, the bombs, and all the stuff that create the war. And then they can go in after they've blown the hell out of everything and then go in and rebuild it through all their funding and their additional money creation. That's the way the game works. This is the Deagle report. A lot of people aren't familiar with this, but this was prepared for Barack Hussein Obama in 2016, and it showed the U.S. population and most of the developed world populations as radically reduced. I mean, the U.S. population, according to this, would be reduced down to what? 144 million people, basically. So cutting it in half, reducing it in half. This was the kind of, and the Deagle report was actually prepared by the federal government, by federal agencies. I don't know where they got those numbers, but guess what? They may have had in mind a pandemic or two. Nope. Okay, this is a great little picture here. Uncle Sam, he's America is tired, and I think we are. We're tired of all the crap. We keep getting led from one disaster to another. We believe in an individual, and then we find out that individual is conning us, and that's where we're at today. This is Donald Trump on the right and Marjorie Taylor Greene, and this is basically the Israeli lobby, AIPAC, and who funds who. And Marjorie Taylor Greene, who Donald Trump called a traitor and all the rest, the same with Tom Massey. Bad people. These are bad people. These are not good Republicans, okay? He's right about that. They aren't, according to the traditionalists, the so-called mainstream Republicans. They aren't. But Donald Trump is, and guess what? AIPAC gave him nearly $250 million in funds. So here shows AIPAC. Who gets AIPAC money? Who are the ones that get AIPAC money? Which is the Israeli lobby, okay? It doesn't matter what party you're in. You get it no matter what you do, as long as you play the game. You got to be willing to play the game. So since we've been playing this two-party system for the last 140 years, 180 years, isn't it time maybe to think about it twice? I love this little cartoon of the lemming rides with the elephant and the donkey and the lemmings jumping in, and the others turn around and say, "Independence unite. It's time to try something else." So we've got Donald Trump going into war in Venezuela, but it was easy because they had all the technology, they had the ability to go in and unseat Maduro. Now, I think Maduro is a scumbag. Chavez before him was an absolute scumbag, but they also have national sovereignty. Think about what this does to the idea that nations have control of their own borders. And Trump's talking about going into Greenland, and he says, I could take it, we could take Greenland, and we'll just control it. And they say, well, what about the people that live there? Yeah, that's no big deal. We'll take care of it. Think about that, people. Think about that. That is the kind of incredible ego and I don't know what you call it, hubris, to go beyond anything we do to create a new American empire according to the Bush Doctrine. Okay. And this is these are great pictures here. Both political parties suck. I agree with that. Why doesn't Donald Trump send his own sons to fight and die for Israel? Good idea. On the very right there, there's a little smaller pictures, but that's the destruction that's going on right now in Gaza. The Israeli Defense Forces have all but leveled Gaza. Most of that entire area has been destroyed. They've had more than 50,000 children killed. But that's okay because they're Palestinians, right? They got to be, it's okay. You know, you can kill them because they're going to be terrorists, right? Yeah. This is the kind of logic that we're doing. And incidentally, you see that little boy out in the street with a rock and an M1 Abrams tank under the Israeli Defense Forces getting ready to roll right over the top of him. This is the kind of resistance. Frankly, if somebody came into our country, I'm 76 years old, I'd be the first one to pick up a weapon and go out and fight. I might not last long, but I tell you what, you wouldn't get, if Israel came into our country and did the things that they've done to Palestine, there would be one hell of a lot of people in this country that would be absolutely livid. And incidentally, the Lucis Trust, that happens to be also a big supporter of the Bush Doctrine. So America must heed the Founding Fathers' warnings to trade freely with all, but make entangling alliances with none. We have ignored what our Founding Fathers had for a message for this country. We were supposed to stay out of all these international intrigues and all these other wars. We are a republic. A republic does not meddle in other people's affairs. A republic minds their own business, takes care of their people, and acts as an example, through example, for the rest of the world. And we did that very effectively up before the end of World War I. In fact, it actually even worked quite a bit, even though World War II came along, and there's a lot of stories of the false flags that created all these modern wars. But the fact is, America was thought of very highly through World War II, and it's only been the last 20 years we are losing our credibility as a nation and as a protector of freedom. So maybe the Founding Fathers understood human nature and the corruptibility of mankind better than we could have realized when they created one nation under God. We are a biblical nation. We are a nation anchored in the Ten Commandments and the concept of unalienable rights. That's the proper definition, unalienable rights. And it's not inalienable, it's unalienable. And everybody knows what a lien is. That's what it's all about. So what do? Well, it's time to quit believing that somebody is going to come and save us. Nobody's going to come and save us. We are the ones we are looking for. We are the ones who need to stand up and make a difference in this world. And it's not going to come with a Donald Trump or a George W. Bush or any other political leader. It's going to come through our own means. And it's time for us to be the ones that make the difference. And then it's time for us to humble ourselves and get on our knees and pray to God that he will continue to bless America, but that he will do it because we are doing the right things. It's time to turn this country around, and the only way it's ever going to happen is if we quit depending on a two-party system that is an absolute joke. We are the ones we are looking for. It's time to get rid of two-party, uniparty politics and stand on our own feet. And like that little cartoon about the lemmings, let the independents unite and head the other direction. And I'm just going to make this statement. I hope Thomas Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene decide to run for president and vice president, because I can tell you, I'll go out of my way, I'll spend a lot of money and a lot of my time to see that they get elected. So with that, thank you all, and God bless America.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, my brother. Good to see you. Thank you so much. All right, we got some more to do. Thank you for being here, loaded it up locally. And all those of you watching from all over planet Earth. And next time we host this thing, bring it. Come on down with us. We've got so much going on here. It's amazing. Thank you again, Dan, as well. We've got a father-son team coming up, and then we got our grandpa. Can I call you grandpa? G. Edward Griffin, right? He's up here as well, and we might even have some musical interludes, which would be fun. So the Red Pill Expo again. Are you guys having a good time? It's been amazing. Yeah. I'll tell you what. I can't get enough. You keep inviting me back, I'll keep coming in. Okay, thank you, brother. So next, Glenn and Eric Mead are father and son. They are co-owners of the Private Academy, a family enterprise to help people protect against surveillance, identity theft, and corporate overreach. They believe privacy is not just a technical issue, but a human right essential for freedom. Eric is also the author, an author whose work packs a wallop of understanding of how the world really works. And that's what we're here to figure out, aren't we? So let's welcome to the stage both Glenn and Eric Meader right now. Come on up, guys. And I know both of them are going to present in tandem in a sense. So Glenn, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for all you're doing.
Thank you.
Let them have it.
Do you have the clicker?
You may have that too.
Great. Show me how it works. Just
forward, backward.
Got it.
You got it.
Hello, everyone.
All right, brother. Good to see you.
My name is Glenn Meader. This is my son, Eric. Hello. We are founders of Privacy Academy, and we teach people how to be private and secure online. And we do that for a purpose. The purpose is liberty. So today what we want to do is, the goal of the talk is to give you a different perspective of what's going on in the world. I think it will be something that you may not have heard before. And I think what we're talking about really is fundamentally the most important issue facing humanity today. Yeah. And I think this is our liberty, our children's liberty, all of it is under threat, and it is, the threat is coming at us like a freight train, faster than you think it is. All right, where's my slide here? Okay. So I think we all have, we're all seeing all the craziness going on in the world, right? So there's chaos coming at us from all different directions. So we've got medical records being centralized, we've got digital IDs, we've got online child safety laws, which is something I'm going to talk about here soon, CBDCs, flat cameras, AI data centers, parental rights, all censorship laws. All of these things are coming at us from different angles. And it looks like we get the feeling, these are all separate things, but we get the feeling that there's a master plan there, right? But we can't really see what the master plan is. But these are all happening. It's a globally coordinated event. All of these things are happening in different ways all around the world at the same time. And this room, the people in this room really are really at the forefront of awareness. And we all do what we can to wake people up, but the tyranny is still coming, and it's still coming faster and faster, right? So the fact is, we've been fighting it wrong. We've been looking at all of these things as individual issues. We're still fighting the injustices of COVID and property rights and all of that stuff. And I'm not saying that those are things we shouldn't fight for. But the perspective is wrong. We've been fighting the pieces of the puzzle instead of the whole puzzle. We've been fighting the policies instead of the principles. And so what we need to do is we need to have a different perspective. So Eric and I have been studying the digital control grid for 10 years. We know what it is. We know it's coming our way. We've been talking about it for a very long time. We've also been lifelong students of liberty and the Constitution and the Founding Fathers. We also have studied Mr. Griffin's work, and especially the book, The Chasm. I don't know if everyone has read that. That's a free ebook online. I strongly recommend it. It talks about collectivism, and that's really core to what's going on. And so Eric and I have seen all of this stuff, and we knew they were related, but we came to a realization that they're actually the same thing. So collectivism and the digital control grid are the same thing. So I'm not saying that the digital control grid is a tool it's not a tool to be used to advance collectivism. It is collectivism. It is collectivism made manifest. It is collectivism woven into our daily life, into everything, into the infrastructure. It is collectivism in concrete and code. This is what is happening with the digital control grid. And that's what we've been missing here is a perspective, this perspective. All of these things we've been fighting as one thing, but it's really one thing that we need to fight. And once you see it as one thing, then you'll never be able to unsee it, but also it gives us the path to victory. It gives us the path of how we can fight this. So for the first time in history, collectivism has always been a philosophy that people have, that governments and people have advanced, right? But this is not a philosophy. This is hardwired. This is what I'm saying. This is hardwired into the world. So this is built into your devices, your phone, your computer, your TV, your smart devices, the internet itself. It is getting woven into this. They are actually rewriting the internet and how things work to do this and to put this in place.
So like Glenn mentioned, collectivism has always been an ideology, and there's been a bottleneck with that, and that's the humans behind it. And so if you look at communist China, you look at the Soviet communist Russia, what's been the bottleneck? It's been the people. And so that could be the commissars, the party members, informants, the secret police. And as someone who's lived overseas, I've been in Budapest for, on and off 4 years now. You see how damaging it is. But the systems never work out because of the human bottleneck that they have. So what they're building right now is a system of collectivism that needs no human enforcers. So what they're doing is they're removing the bottleneck that's always existed, and this is extremely dangerous. The system is designed to enforce itself automatically, relentlessly, and without a consciousness. So for example, let's say you get pulled over, you're having a bad day and the cop comes over, you could reason with that police officer and maybe he won't give you a ticket. This is a system that will punish you automatically, no conscious. It's not even innocent until proven guilty. There's just no trial. It's an algorithmic decision that happens. So the AI is the backbone of this. And so if you look at one of the things we talk about often is Windows Copilot or Apple Intelligence. And so what it is device level. And what that means is it's constantly monitoring your every action. Our society is built around surveillance and control right now. And AI is this backbone of a system.
Yeah, so let me expand on that just a little bit here. So AI, people don't really realize the superpower that AI has. The superpower is AI watches you, it learns about you, but then it can then be used to control you. And that's the AI that's the part of AI that we haven't seen yet. But the other part is, Eric alluded to this with Copilot. Copilot is an AI that is on your computer right now. If you've got a Windows computer, you've got Copilot on there. And what it does is every few seconds, it takes a screenshot of your screen, of everything that's on your screen. then Copilot, the AI that's on your Copilot, looks at it and analyzes it, and it understands what it sees. And so this is actually going on right now on your computer. Apple is doing this too. Google is doing this too. So this is the infrastructure that is being built, that is there, but it's not really been weaponized against us yet, but it's there.
Okay, so you're watching this and you might be wondering, okay, is this a left or a right issue? Who should I vote for? And I'm sure you guys all know here how this really is. In Mr. Griffin's book, The Chasm, he highlights that it's not about left or right. It's not about any of these terms that have been blimped out. What it comes down to is collectivism versus individualism, and that's really the key. And I think all of us need to understand on a fundamental level what that really means and what it means in terms of this system that's being built out in front of us too. So in his book, Mr. Griffin outlined 7 pillars, and these pillars highlight the differences between collectivism and individualism. They're the origin of rights, the group versus individual, coercion versus freedom, private property, honest money, equality under law, and then the great leader. So then here comes the very important question between individualism and collectivism. Does the individual exist to serve the group, or does the group exist to protect the individualism? And in another way of saying collectivism is who gets sacrificed. So if in the collectivist answer is me, the individual has to take the fall for the group. The group safety is more important than the individual. We all saw this in COVID. They say, okay, you've got to get vaccinated. Maybe I don't want to, maybe I don't think it's right for me, but I have to do it for other people. And so I have to sacrifice myself. And so that brings on the question, what is the difference between the individual and the collective? Because I'm an individual, you're an individual, your kids, your friends, they're all the individuals. So who's the collective? Well, it's the people at the top. It's the people at top who are rewarded with collectivism. So that brings on another question that's very, very important, and that's where do our rights come from? And the other side of that is where does authority come from? Because it's kind of the same question, but it's taken from 2 different sides with this. So there's 2 different answers. The collectivist answer is more so that the rights come from the state. And so if the rights come from the state, what does that mean? Well, they can revoke those rights from you too. But the individualist answer of that is that we are born with inherent human or God-given rights that are just fundamental to our existence. So here's the collectivist answer laid out in a very beautiful legal way by the United Nations. I mean, rights provided by the state. It's very clear that's a collectivist answer, subject to such limitations as are determined by law. So that's their bureaucratic answer of what collectivism really means. Instead, let's look at what an individualistic answer to this. And so the Declaration of Independence really outlines this well when they say, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
So Mr. Griffin, in his book, The Chasm, lays out the 7 pillars. And what I want to do is I want to show you the digital weapon that is going to enforce each of the pillars, the collectivist view of each of the pillars. So the origin of rights, that's something that Eric just talked about. But what is the weapon that's going to enforce that? And that is digital ID, right? So digital ID is you exist by permission. It's not you have rights, you have permissions. They can grant you certain things. They can grant you your money. They can grant you access to things. This is what the whole digital ID is about. It is about, it's about solidifying the control and the power with the state instead of the individual. This is how they're going to do it. And so, for example, if the state issues the credentials required to live, transact, speak, view the information that you want to view, then who's in control? You're not in control. The government's in control. Now, here's another key point here, and that is group supremacy. The best example of this, or let me just say, Eric talked about this. So the collectivist collectivist view is that the group is superior to the individual, right? So what is the most The latest example of this, we had one with COVID, but there's a new one. All of the propaganda machine that was for COVID is now being pushed to online child safety laws. And there hasn't really been any pushback on this because people don't really know what's happening here. But this is the group supremacy. So I'll just be clear, online child safety laws are not about protecting children. And in fact, they do the exact opposite, just as all of these laws, right? So the Patriot Act is the most unpatriotic thing there is. The Affordable Health Care Act is made our healthcare go shooting up. Online child safety laws do not protect kids. That's not what their intent is. What they do is, this is an online digital ID. And so it's not just kids, how do they know the age of somebody? They have to have everybody register. So in the UK now, Apple has made it so that you have to prove your biometrics. You have to identify yourself before you get access to the internet. That is what's coming. You're going to have to prove yourself to get access to this site or that site or the internet itself. And that's what the online child safety laws are. But it goes further than that, because Apple and Microsoft and Google are the ones building this infrastructure, right? So the verification happens at the device level. And so you're going to have to prove yourself at the device level. But then they're rewriting the internet so that the device then rubber stamps you on every site that you go to. Okay, this person going to this site is Glenn Meter, verified. We have biometrically verified him. We see that he's looking at this article and that article and he comments on this. Verified, verified, verified. Every single thing that you do is verified. You cannot get around the system that they're trying to create. This is not totally implemented yet, but this is absolutely what they're all working on right now. And what this does is this drastically changes our society. No more privacy, no more anonymity, no more whistleblowers, no more freedom of the press, no more freedom of speech.
And the digital ID is really the backbone of the total system that we're talking about here, which is a social credit system, really. And a great analogy for it is, if you guys are familiar with Gareth Ike, he said that if a social credit system is a pizza, then the digital ID is the dough. It's the basis behind everything. Yeah. It's how you are tied into everything in the system they're building.
Yeah, so again, the whole thing with group supremacy is the individual has no standing. The online child safety laws are not about protecting children. They're about the digital online ID. And the thing that they do is they find the group that we can't argue against, right? Who is going to argue? What politician is going to go vote against the Online Child Safety Act? You know, it's a very difficult thing for them to do. And there are many organizations, many children's groups, homeschooling groups, Christian groups that are pushing them to promote this because they believe that they believe what they're saying. But the point is that this is a collectivist view of this. And once we accept the collectivist perspective of this, then we've what else can they say? What else can they use with group supremacy to get us to believe and do whatever they want us to do?
Yeah, it's a classic boiled frog. And I know you guys all know this, but if you still believe that the power seekers have the kids' best interests in heart, I think you should watch Alex Newman's speech yesterday, because that should really show you.
The Epstein files, yeah. So, okay, so the pillar 3 of Mr. Griffin's book is coercion. So collectivists coerce. Individualists give people free choice. So there's a huge difference there, right? So the old coercion required a person, police officer, tax collector, bureaucrat. The new coercion is automated. You know, your car doesn't work. You're frozen out of your account. Your access is denied. That's the new way they're doing this. And there is no people needed. So let me give you an example of this. In the UK right now, 30 people a day are being arrested for what they say online. That's 12,000 arrests a year. And some of these people are being thrown in jail for 2 years for just posting something on Twitter or something like that. That's crazy, right? But let me ask you this. Why is it only 30 a day? The reason it's only 30 a day is because that's how there's manpower involved. There's manpower involved in, and this has always been true with communism. Manpower is the bottleneck. So you can only do, there's only so many police officers that you can do. There's only so much paperwork you can do. There's only so many courts you can do. But AI is limitless. There is no human bottleneck. So when you have CBDC, digital ID, and AI working together, this is the formula that they are putting in place, and that will remove the bottleneck. And so AI, like I said, watches everybody. We've already got this infrastructure on our computers. And it's not only on our computers, but then we've got the digital ID, and all of these things work together. It's a very, very sophisticated program, actually. So one way to look at this is AI never blinks. It will watch you. And so instead of in the UK, 30 people a day, 1,000 people, you make a post that doesn't meet the standards, $100 fine, instantaneous. You give a thumbs up to something else, $100 fine, instantaneous. You do something else, $100 fine, instantaneous. How do you train a dog? Instantaneous feedback. Right? So how quickly will you start self-censoring? And that is really one of the things that they want to do is with this system. And the other way to look at this is laws become irrelevant because this moves so fast that if you go and you get this fine and you try to challenge that, what is that going to take you, a month, 2 months, if you can even do that?
And I'm sure you guys have dealt with AI customer service bots. You're not going to get that appeal. I mean, like try going with Airbnb. They're not going to give you a real person. So what about if it's for law? I mean, you already see how much they don't care about that.
Yeah. So the old coercion had a face. It had a person you could negotiate with. You could go to their superiors. You could maybe bribe them, whatever. But this new coercion has no face. There is no way to get around this. Now let's look at property. Property ownership is essential for liberty, right? But the collectivist view is they want to abolish private property. And this is what Klaus Schwab said, his famous quote, "You will own nothing and be happy." And that is not a prediction, it's a blueprint. That's what they want to do, right? And the infrastructure to do this is being put in place. So have you heard of this book, The Great Taking? I'm sure a lot of you have. So over the past decade especially, the legal infrastructure has been put in place to really change the concept of what ownership is. So if you own stocks, do you actually own those stocks? Or are they just entitlements that are owned by someone else? And that's actually what it is. If you put your money in the bank, is it actually your money still? No, it's not. You have just you're a creditor to the bank. If the bank gets in trouble, the bank can claim your money and use that as equity towards the failing business. If they start going down, they can just say, no, you're not getting your money back. Home taxes. If you own your home but you stop paying your taxes, what happens? You don't actually own that home. You're renting it. So we're being moved. The concept of ownership is being altered. It's being moved from sovereignty to a license holder, which can be switched off with a click of a button.
Yeah, and building off of that, I want to kind of challenge you guys to think about privacy differently, because privacy is property. And if you look at these companies like Google that don't really have a product that you buy, that's because you're the product. It's your data. And so what is your data? Your data is your property. Your money is your property, especially when it's moved to a digital world. You can't hold it anymore. Your biometrics are your property. Your speech is your property. Your identity is property. And so like Glenn said, they're completely rewriting what it means to own something. And the dangerous part about this is with it all being digital, It's fundamentally changing it from a right-based society to a permission-based society. And that applies the same way with this ownership side of it too. So Pillar 5 is honest money. And so I'm sure you all know what a central bank digital currency is, but basically it's a centralized currency that's controlled by the government that's only digital. And so we still have financial privacy. If I go to a booth, I can pay $20 bill. The government doesn't know about it. But with a CBDC in place, every transaction I do is monitored. It's always watched. I can be punished for it. So let's say I'm spending too much in one area, then maybe they're going to change it. They might punish me by freezing my bank account. We've seen this happen all over the world with protesters. If I say something wrong online, maybe I'll get debanked because I'm saying something that goes against their agenda, and clearly that's dangerous to them. So they're going to freeze my bank account. And basically what it is it's weaponized money. And so that's what a CBDC is if they control the money, they control everything. And so every other freedom depends on the ability to transact freely. And that's why they want to tie that into your own, into this social credit system. So Pillar 6 is equality. And this is a very interesting point. So collectivists treat people unequally under law to engineer society. And so this really comes down to the social credit system, like what I was talking about. And if you look at humans, we're fundamentally social animals. And the social credit system is designed to reward you in the most social ways and to punish you in the most social ways possible too. And so what is the opposite of social? Well, that's isolation. And so let's say I speak out, I can have three main forms of punishment. There's the financial, like what I was just saying about, maybe I can't get a job promotion. Maybe I can't get a loan. Maybe they freeze my bank account. That's financial isolation. Then there's geographic isolation. In China, if you have of a score, you're not allowed to fly. You're not allowed to take public transport. Why are all cars smart now? It's because they're going to lock you out of the cars. So they're going to lock you down geographically. So that's geographic isolation. And then the third one is the most damaging to the human at all. It's social isolation. So let's say I'm blacklisted on the social credit system and I give Glenn a call. Before he picks up, it's going to say, are you sure you want to take that call? Because Eric's blacklisted, and if you talk to him, you're going to lose social credit points yourself, effectively turning me into a leper. So they want to cut you off and isolate you in every way possible. And if you are compliant, they're going to reward you as socially as possible as well.
So have we seen an example of this recently? COVID, right? You get the jab, you can go out to a restaurant, you can go to a concert, you can go to whatever. You don't get a jab, can't do any of that stuff, can't even in some places go to a hospital. So we've seen this. You can't say this won't happen here because we've seen it happen here.
Yeah.
So what we're talking about here is basically a return to a medieval system of like lords and serfs. Like this is a system built instead of aristocrats with algorithms. And so the favored class gets access, the disfavored class gets excluded, and that's automatic. And you don't know what's going on. And by the way, we were talking about the CBDC, and you can get penalized. You could also get rewarded. These Antifa people, they go around there, they get money added into their bank account if they're doing stuff that they want them to do. No one knows what's happening with who gets money. It's all algorithm stuff. There's not going to be any reporting on who gets what. This is how it works. So the pillar 7 is the great leader. So collectivists need a great leader who will rule over them. And what's happening now, what's going to happen is trust the science is going to replace trust the king. And they're positioning AI as the impartial arbiter. Bill Gates is talking about replacing all teachers in schools with AI tablets, and the teacher will just be a babysitter. This is actually happening now. So AI is positioned as the impartial arbitrator, but remember that there's always somebody that is defining what is misinformation, what should be said, what shouldn't be said, what should be accessed, what shouldn't be accessed. So they're just hiding, there's a person or people hiding behind that algorithm. So the point is that the point is that all of the threats that we've talked about, all of us, is not many fights, it's one fight. And this is being hardened into the digital control grid that is coming our way like a freight train. So why is it not enough to fight the battle the way we've been fighting it? So I want to just go back in time. So 1831, so Alex de Tocqueville studied, he's from France. He came over in 1831 and he was going to study our prison system. But he came over and studied our entire way of self-government. And he said it terrified him. And he said what he saw was, he was not worried about a dictator with a mustache or soldiers in the streets. What he worried about is something far more dangerous because it was very subtle. And he says it was a tyranny that feels like kindness. So he talked about a immense and tutelary power. And so this is a government that takes upon itself to provide for people, manage their lives, secure their comforts. And he said, absolute, minute, regular, prominent, and mild. Those were the things, the descriptors he used. But it's like the authority of a parent if the parent wants to keep the child a child forever.
Yep.
And so he used this image, a flock of timid and industrious animals of which the government is the shepherd. And here's the thing, the tool, so he saw this coming in 1831. Obviously, there's no computers, internet, AI, none of that. But that's not the point. The human impulse towards this kind of control has always been there. And that's what he saw coming. And so what was missing was the tool. And the tool has arrived. And that's what the digital control grid is. So he said, absolute, it sees everything. Minute, it tracks every transaction. Regular, it never sleeps. Provident, it provides your money, it provides your identity, your access. And mild, it comes wrapped in convenience. So we have smart devices. We have, we're inviting this stuff in. We're inviting Alexa and all of these surveillance devices in because of convenience. Okay, so this is my one of my favorite parts here, and that is that we've been seeing that there's separate threats, right? But it's one thing, and we've been fighting policies instead of principles.
Yep.
And so what we've got to do is we've got to change to fight the principles. So when we fight the tax mandate or this bill or that bill, we're fighting on the collectivists in on their terms, and we're using their vocabulary. And what we need to do is, let me give you an example. The CBDC, we've been arguing about it as something that goes against our privacy, but what if we say, instead, this is the technological enforcement of the collectivist principle that the individual exists by permission. That's what the CBDC is. So when you fight it as a policy, you lose. When you fight it as a principle, you can win. And most Americans still agree with the principles that we fight and that the principles that we hold dear. I mean, we just had July 4th. Everyone still loves liberty, but they just don't see how the attack on liberty is coming.
And they're good at distracting you. I mean, they're very good at making you not see that an attack is coming.
Yep. So here's the point: is our job is simpler than theirs. They are very sophisticated. They have very powerful organizations behind them, but they have to maintain an incredibly complex system of lies, manipulation, surveillance, control. It is constant coordination across governments, corporations, media, technology, and it is fragile. And it depends on people believing the lies. All we need to do is stick to the principles. The principles are simple. They are durable. They don't require coordination. They require conviction. And so this room is just a tiny percent of the population, but the freedom fighters, the people that love liberty and really are aware of what's going on, it doesn't take a 51% of the population to really make a huge change in the world. So the counterattack. So the control grid is built on a worldview. Worldviews can be defeated. And it's not by complaining online. It's not by waiting for a great leader. You know, your guy is not going to save you. It's we the people. We have to act locally. We have to stand up. We have to be good citizens. We have to stand up for our principles. Stand up for principles of freedom. So one of the things is that I love is the Constitution. I love the 10th Amendment. And so we have a really good foundation in the US with the Declaration of Independence that really lays it out where our rights come from, which is really key to the whole individualism side of things. But then the Constitution provides a framework for the government, and it creates a decentralized power structure. And so the Constitution says, and I'm sure you all know this, but the only powers the federal government has are the ones that are specifically given to it by the Constitution. All other powers are granted to the states and to the people themselves. And you know, a lot of people say, well, the government doesn't listen to the Constitution anymore. That's kind of done. We're kind of SOL. But of course, the government doesn't listen to the Constitution. That's the whole point. That's why it was written, because the people in power always want more power. They're the power seekers. And the Constitution was the line in the sand that we, the people, have to uphold. It's our job to uphold the Constitution.
Absolutely. And like you said, the key comes down to we the people. That's where liberty lives. That's why America has been great. It's because it's decentralized. It's given the power to the people, and it's up to us as the people to hold it to its standards. If we become complacent, if we're lazy, we're just going to give up all of our rights, because the Constitution, no matter how great it is just a piece of paper. And so what we say is you need to work on a local level with this. The digital control grid can be stopped locally. So for example, at county commissions, you can work to prevent smart city contracts or surveillance funding. I mean, look at flock cameras or these AI data centers. I mean, they're all over. Sheriffs are extremely important. The only elected law officer, they can refuse to enforce unconstitutional laws, and they can also deputize citizens. School boards is extremely important. Whether it's a school board or just talking to your kids, you don't want them to fall into this ideological capture that's happening to the youth right now. It's extremely, extremely dangerous because they're being taught to think in a permission-based way.
Okay, so I guess we're running over a little bit here. So state amendments, most people don't know that the states, 25% or 25 states or so, the citizens can bypass the legislatures and make their own amendments to the Constitution. So that's a very important thing that we can look at, and not many people know about that.
Run for office. This is extremely important as well. You know, the chances are a lot of people say, I don't know, I'm not good enough, I don't have this, I don't want to do it. You just need to follow the inspiration. When I was a kid, I did not picture I'd be talking about surveillance. I mean, I studied in culinary school, so I don't have credentials. I just know how to cook. But here I am talking about this, and it's because I feel inspired to, and I want to act on service. And that's like what I was saying earlier, is we the people need to stand up, we need to run, and that's one of the really important keys.
Okay, so I think they adjust our time for us. I think we do have that much time. Yep. Okay, I thought we were running over, but yeah, and I would say local is the only way, local and state is the only way we're going to stand up to this. And you know, I think the federal, I don't see it happening on the federal level. I think the local and the state level is the only way we're going to stand up for this. Okay, so this is where Mr. Griffin's Red Pill campuses come in. This is where principle meets action. And Mr. Griffin is building local campus organizations, and I think it's county by county across the US. And it's specifically focused on getting good, principled people into office, and I'll let him tell more about it, but this is the model.
Yeah, so they're local groups. The key is understanding the difference between individualism versus collectivism. That's the fundamental behind all of it. It's not just about discussions. You're not going to just talk and agree with each other. It's about real action. So what you want to do is you want to identify candidates, you want to support them, you want to hold them accountable so they're actually going to go out and make a difference. And that's how we come together as a group of people support each other, and actually make a change throughout the country on a local level.
So this is our infrastructure that we need to build to counter the infrastructure that they are building. And we need to stay focused on the principles. So I have 5 commitments that I suggest. So I suggest that we each pick one local meeting and attend. Get really familiar with local bodies. Your sheriff, your county, your city council, your school board. We need to get more involved locally, and we need to really understand that better. We need to learn one constitutional principle, 10th Amendment, 4th Amendment, right to property, and learn to defend it. Pick a neighbor, not necessarily a friend, a neighbor, and have the conversation about the chasm and what is going on with the digital control grid and how our liberties are actually under attack. Number 4, pick one parallel system. Use cash. Use goldbacks. Goldbacks are over here. There's different things we can do. Buy from local farmers. Build parallel systems. And go to the Red Pill booth. Now, one of the things this is almost to the end here. So everything in our society is built by good people. Our society, we have a wonderful society, and it's built by good people. It's not built by these psychopaths. These psychopaths are parasites on our system, and we have to protect this. It is so important that we protect our liberty for future generations. And the first thing is to see how that attack is coming, and it's coming digitally, and it's coming legally also. There's coming all those different things, but it's being hardened digitally. That's really one of the things that we need to know. So this is a very, very serious threat. It is coming fast. I mean, online child safety laws, many states already have them. The federal government is passing one now. England has already passed them. Australia has already passed them. New Zealand, Canada, the EU has already passed them. This is a global effort, and it's these globalists that are doing it. And we have to wake up and see what's happening. And we can't. I mean, if you're out there pushing online child safety laws, you got to really be aware of what you're doing. It's not a good thing. So the point is that we don't need to build a complex counter system. We just need to be good citizens and remember the principles. Act like the authority that we are. Our rights are inherent. We are innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah, earlier I alluded to power seekers are great at creating distractions and these super complex legal agreements or frameworks and stuff. Really what it comes down to is a very simple answer. You might look at this system and say, how could we ever get out of something that's so built out, so powerful? And the truth is, you just need to be a good citizen. You need to understand fundamentals, like what it means to be an individualist. You need to take action on those principles, and you need to act out of service and out of love. And like Glenn said, the society has been built by good people, and it's much, much easier than you think.
Yeah. Okay, this is the last slide here. So stand on principle. Remember the principles that made us free, and that we still have to a certain degree until the window closes. We have a pretty short window of time, but the principles is what is going to win this for us. We have to remember that we're not talking about rebellion. We're not talking about anything like that. We're talking about standing up for principles of liberty. And you're the source of authority, innocent until proven guilty. Rights are inherent, not granted. The group exists to protect the individual. So that's what we have there for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Eric?
Yes.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Glenn, thank you, brother. How old is your son over here? How old is this guy?
He's 27. Actually, in 2 days, he's 27.
Yeah. Happy birthday in 2 days.
Thank
This
you.
is an amazing young man.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
think,
Thank you.
I don't know where they call these generations X, Y, Z. He's Gen Z like my kids, and I think Gen Z's here to correct the mistakes.
Thank you.
of the
Exactly.
millennials.
Thank you
So
very much.
great presentation. Thank you. Well, you know who's
Thank you
coming
very
up
much.
next. We're going to be setting
Yes,
the
I really
stage, doing a few things, getting ready for that. you know, it's funny. It's become a badge of honor to tell people that you've been banned on a number of platforms, right? I never thought when I went into broadcast media, although I was aware of the risk because of the things I was saying about big pharma, so-called modern medicine, and the dangers that were inherent to it. And yet, over time, I found out that some of my biggest fans happen to be medical doctors. And I thought that was a shocking thing. I thought they would all hate me. But it turns out many of them are good. On the inside, they are stuck and trapped in a system. And they would say, I secretly tell all of my patients to listen to your show because I can't tell them what you tell them. I want them to know about that. So that was kind of a refreshing thing to realize that there are people, even within those systems, that are trying to do something of a positive impact. But again, they're trapped in a system. That's why we talk about these systems, and rooting the systems in individual liberty means a completely different engagement, if you will. And we apparently yesterday, I was hearing from Carlene, got at least temporarily banned on a number of platforms as we're streaming this out to the world. And, you know, many people like Mike Adams, others are helping us stream out the message everywhere. And apparently we got taken off. And one of the things, I don't know if it was Facebook, I'm guessing it was, said your stream has been terminated because of nudity. Yeah. And I'm like, as far as I know, all day yesterday when I was emceeing, I was wearing clothing. Was anybody here that noticed I wasn't wearing? No. But then I did hear about a comment that was rather interesting. He said, maybe, and this was from Dan Happel, maybe the light reflecting off of Robert's forehead looked like a boob. And so therefore they said nudity. I'm like, I've been called worse. It's okay. But the idea that we must also come together like this, because even as we reach out the world through these various technologies, there are ways that can curtail the limit, the reach, if you will, right? They've always said during COVID, it's freedom of speech, not freedom of reach. You can say what you want in your own room or padded cell. As long as it doesn't leave that room, we'll call that free speech. So this is the kind of crazy stuff we're talking about as well. That's why it's important to come together. And one of the things we're going to be discussing are the Red Pill campuses, setting up something well beyond our ability to come together once in a while at these big expos, coming together in our local levels, establishing different ways of interaction. And I love what Glenn and Eric talking about different means of exchange in terms of the economy. As I've told you, I've been utilizing these gold backs. I've been using gold, silver. I've taught my kids how to do that, and they're being paid in that. And they do much better than I did at that age, knowing nothing of this, being paid in evidences of debt. So we really have to take what we're learning here and put it into practice, or else it's just a fun exercise that we talk about. Oh, do you remember what was said there? Oh, I don't even remember it. So put these things into practice. So let me know if you guys are ready for, yes, we're good? Okay, it's hard to see. So are you ready? Yeah. Yes. So everybody, welcome to the Red Pill Expo stage. If you don't know him, I don't know how you got here, but it's G. Edward Griffin, the living legend here. Everybody, let's give him a big, big warm welcome, applause, and thank you for all that he is doing. We're going to have you sit down over here, my brother. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
We're going to have you sit over here.
All right. Yes, I get to sit down on this. Actually, I might make it all the way through.
Hang in there. You can do it.
I guess you folks know that I had a kind of a collapse a few years ago. They called it COVID, but you know, there's no such thing, the way they describe it at least. I had the weaponized version of the flu. So I need to sit down once in a while, but I hope that won't affect my brain.
Ed,
I know you're going to say I'm sitting on my brain.
Are you going to need this or not?
What's this?
For a PowerPoint or not?
No, I have no
You're
PowerPoint.
good.
No.
All right, so it's all
Yeah.
Ed, everybody, G. Edward
Yeah.
Griffin. Yes.
I've got my notes here, which I probably won't follow. It was so inspiring for me to see this father-son routine up here. I've known these guys for a long time, but I guess it's this idea of saving the world is not unique to just a few people. Look at the crowd here. You all are world savers, aren't you? You should be. You will be. You are. And I was so inspired by that because my little silly ideas about the chasm really, I think, are at the heart of our world problem. We don't understand our enemy. You know, we've all heard about Sun Tzu, and his famous treatise called The Art of War. And I don't know how many people here have read that book or that treatise, The Art of War. A good proportion of you. I hope the rest of you seek out a copy of it and read it. I've read it about 4 times, I guess. It's not a big book, a little skinny book. But each time I've gone through it, I've learned something that I missed the first time through. And I created this movement in my mind back, I think it was 2002, and I'll talk a little bit about that maybe tomorrow, but the organization that's behind all of this is much more complex and has different levels than just the Red Pill Expo. And I'll talk about that. And the idea hit me a long time ago that not everybody is at the same level of understanding, nor at the same level of aptitude, or the same level of culture. They have different religions, different concepts. They come from different cultures, of course. And how do you get all these cats to work together? You know, whether you don't. You don't get all the cats to work together. So if you ever work with cats, you have to deal with them individually, one versus one at a time. It's kind of a little prime example of our human society. You can't get humans to work together very easily either, because they're like cats. Everybody's got their own idea, and each one is better than the other guy. So the problem I realized long ago was that how do you build a movement like our enemies have built and not use the power of coercion that they use, because that's part of their ideology? You know, you will believe this and you will do that because we have ways of making you change your mind. That's our enemy, of course, whether it's communism, fascism, Nazism, socialism, or whatever they call it. It's collectivism. But they have this power of coercion, and they glorify it. And people think it's great because armies are built on that principle, and large corporations are built on that principle. It's called the, what is it called? I've forgotten the name. But anyway, it's the pyramidal form of organization. You've got the leadership at the top, the all-seeing eye, and then beneath that is the larger group, and then the manpower comes down below where all the workers are, the movers and shakers, and they're the ones that take the orders at the bottom and they give the orders at the top. And that's how most of society as we know it today is structured. So naturally, when you go to build an organization to counter that, what do you do without using coercion, which is the glue that holds that organization together? And it's a real problem, and it hasn't yet been solved. I think we have solved it theoretically. Now we're going to build it and to see if it really works that way. But the idea is, how do you get really solid cooperation among a lot of cats, a lot of different people with different ideas, different cultures, different religions, and so forth? How do you get them all working together? And fortunately, I think I saw the picture a long time ago just through the sheer power of logic. And that was the power of individual motivation. And freedom is very powerful, and let's use it. It hasn't really been used. I didn't realize until I saw this documentary film this previous year put out by this documentary film producer, Ken Burns, thank you. That was so powerful. I don't know how many people, did you see the Ken Burns documentary? Well, you should see it because it was I guess it was a 3 or 4 day event. It's 4 or 5 hours long. And nobody's going to watch that. You couldn't pull me away from it because I saw before my eyes on the screen the answer to the dilemma that I'm describing now. How do you get all these people working together in the American Revolution? How did that happen? I never realized how different those different groups were and what conflicts there were. I mean, look at all the colonies were from different parts of the world. They came from different cultures. They had different languages. They had different religions. And they had their own local political goals. Some of the colonies or the states were at war with each other. They were invading each other, killing each other, stealing from each other. And there was a lot of hatred, animosity. And how would you bring all of those people, even if they were all solidified as one nation, how would you bring that many people together to fight something as unified and as powerful as the British Empire, with the most powerful military force in the world? And when I saw that documentary, I saw it. The one thing they had in common was liberty. That was it. That was the thing they shared. They all had that. They were all human beings. They wanted to be free. And when all the rest of the stuff fell aside, there was that one solidifying drive, that one motive, the desire to be free. And they saw that in mutual cooperation, that was to their common advantage. And that's the reason, I think, the most important reason, that all of those people of different backgrounds and motivations came together as one. And once I realized that, and that was fairly recent, as you know, just very in the last year, I all of a sudden had a great deal more optimistic view of our chances here today. Because one of our biggest problems is, how do you bring together all of these people in America today, or in the world? This is really a global battle, isn't it? The time has come for us to think globally like our enemy does, because it's not just America. Oh, it's our America, and that's our first obligation. But we're not going to solve this just as Americans. We have to solve this as humans, because that's how big it really is. But how do you bring all these humans together? They're like cats, you know? And the answer, of course, it's liberty. Now, so we come to the question, well, what is liberty? And that's where I'm here to talk to you about, because that was the issue that the Maters were presenting so well, is that you have to define liberty. Who can define freedom? I discovered a little while ago, about 2020, or something like that, that all of our opponents, all of the people of recent history who we classify as collectivists, have a common ideology that they are proud of. They can talk about it, they can advocate it. In fact, they do. They write about it. They all have their books on it. Communism has Karl Marx and his Communist Manifesto, his Das Kapital. Mussolini has his works. I've forgotten some dull topic like the episode, or the belief of the fascists. Adolf Hitler wrote his book, Mein Kampf, which I've read very carefully. Why did I read Mein Kampf? Why would I read Karl Marx? Because I wanted to find out what these people believe in. And they know what they believe in. They've got their books. You read the book. What book do we have that describes America? Well, the best most people can come up with is, the Constitution. Oh, okay, Constitution. Well, what's so hot about the Constitution? Let's see. They don't know what's in the Constitution. They think it's a bunch of rules of how many votes it takes to do something. They don't know anything about the ideology behind it, the motivation of what makes it so great. You have to discover that. You have to pull it out of history books. You got to pull it out of all of the writings of the founding fathers, the debates, the Federalist Papers, and so forth. We don't have a document. And so I thought, we better get one. Well, maybe I'm out of place to say this, but I've been working on a document. I'm hoping to finish it by this year, and I intend to call it the Human Manifesto. The Human Manifesto, an idea whose time has come. And I've had the delight of trying to assemble from the writings of other people, of the historical writings of the great geniuses of the past, going back for hundreds of years. Nothing that I have to say to you is original with me, or if it is, I'm not aware of it. It's small. These ideas have been out there for so long, but no one, for some reason, has pulled them together. And what you saw on the screen, the chasm, is my attempt to try and focalize all of these ideas into 7 or 8 principles. And I think we've got it. The reason I say I think we've got it, because when I first published that, which was 20 years ago, and it's basically about its same form, I thought, man, I'm going to get crucified. I know my friends, they want to nitpick on everything, you know. Well, maybe this, maybe not. I thought all these conservatives and all these patriots, those are the words we used in those days, they've all got their own ideas, and they're going to slaughter me. They're going to say, you don't have any idea. I've got the other idea. It never happened. I couldn't believe it. I thought, all these nitpickers out there. I had one guy who was an attorney. Now, this is not a comment on the attorneys, by the way, but he was an attorney, and he wanted to pick the dickens out of some little clause. I didn't even know what he was talking about. He was using highfalutin legal terminology that was all Latin, and I didn't understand what it was. One person. I thought there'd be 1 million people sending me letters and emails saying, you're full of it, you know? You don't know what you're talking about. So it survived about 20 years so far without too much criticism. Maybe we've got it. And you saw the outline of it today, and I was so happy to see that put up there with those 7 pillars. To me, I think that is it. Once people understand those very basic, simple principles, everything clears away. Because now we have found that unifying factor that held the American Revolution together. We've rediscovered it. It's liberty, freedom. And what does that mean? And of course, you just saw it. The main principle is the individual must be sacrificed for the greater need of the greater number, right? We've all learned that. I learned that in school. The greater good of the greater number was certainly more important than you or me individually. This is society. Don't you love your brothers and sisters above yourself? And anybody that would talk about being an individual above a collective would be, well, kicked out of school. How dare you be so selfish? It was considered to be selfish. So anyway, we found the central nerve, and that is the nerve of liberty and freedom. So now we've got that, at least theoretically. Now we have to move from something called ideology to something called methodology. How do you do that? How do you not only spread the word or the message or teach the principles of liberty, but how do you wrench away from the hands of the collectivists who now have their total control of all the levers of power, political, social, economic power? They've got control of all of the levers, you know. The banking system, the monetary system, the school system, the judicial system, the health system, wherever you look, who's running it? It's not us. We're in the great majority. And we think, well, we outnumbered them, so therefore we automatically win. No, we don't automatically win. We have automatically the opportunity to get organized and use our numbers, but until we do that, we still lose. As you might have noticed, we've exposed all of these criminal activities now for decades. And who's gone to prison? Anybody? Why not? Because they're still in charge. That's why. They're still there. And we think, what's going on? We still think of our government as being representing us, and they don't. So what do we do about that? Do we just not think about it? Or do we get smart? And we start thinking about how we wrench power away from those people, get their hands off of the levers of political, cultural, and economic power, and put on some new hands of people who are individualists instead of collectivists. That's now where we are. If we're going to win this war, we have to now build upon the platform of ideology and think a little bit, in fact, a little bit, about methodology. Where do we find the rules of methodology that we can rely on? Has anybody ever used the methodology to capture control of power in a society without war? You better believe they have. It happened right here. Our country was taken over from the inside, not the outside. And I bet you to think many people in this room, as well informed as we are, we still tend to think that, well, our America, all we got to do is just write a letter to our congressman. They'll change it if we just tell them What they don't know, they know, ladies and gentlemen. Every one of them know, or they don't want to know, one or the other. And you cannot solve this by writing a letter to your congressman. What you've got to do with your congressman is to replace him. No, okay, that's it. Is this complicated? No. Well, it is more complicated than it seems, because in order to replace all of these collectivists who have their hands on these levers of power, and I'm not just talking about Congress, I'm talking about all of the power centers of society. I mean, that goes from labor unions to church organizations to school organizations. It goes to political parties. It goes to agencies of the government. Every place you look, banking, fraternities. I mean, everywhere where there are groups of people that come together and they follow their leadership, those are called the power centers. I didn't name it, but the communists call it the power centers of society. I've read their manuals, and they say, if you want to, comrades, if you want to take over a country from the inside, you first have to get control of their power centers, because that's how one or two people can control hundreds or thousands of people, is through organizational structures that already exist. And they say, comrades, get up off of your couches and get out there into those organizations and become active in them and become influential in them and get control of the levers of influence. It's a simple formula. They made it work. Cecil Rhodes wrote about that in his, well, not just his writings, but his organization. You know, you've heard about the Rhodes Foundation. That's Cecil Rhodes, one of the wealthiest men in the world, came out of South Africa. While he was commissioned by the British government to be the overlord of South Africa, he took advantage of it and laid personal claim to many of the minerals of all of South Africa. I mean, the gold, the diamond, everything, and the oil. I guess they had oil there too. He became one of the wealthiest men in the world. What do you think he did with his money? He formed a secret society. Did you know that? It's called, well, the Rhodes Scholarship is just part of the recruiting element of that society. That's why so many of these insiders that we know about today, the ones at the top that maybe are not in the news quite so much, the oligarchy, there are a lot of Rhodes Scholars in there. And I used to think, golly, I wish I could be a Rhodes Scholar, because I thought it was prestigious, but I wasn't smart enough or didn't have enough contacts or something. And thank God they didn't make me a Rhodes Scholar. I would have left at it. I would have probably been in that awful other group. I mean that sincerely. I mean, you know, when you're a young person, you're easily impressed by influence and claim and money and all that extension that you get. So anyway, I'm ranting and raving a little bit and wandering. I'm going to finally get to my topic. Is why am I here? And why are you all here? And why did I do something that started in motion this kind of a meeting? I tried to imitate as best I could what our enemy had done in America, because I know it works. There were no shots fired. Oh, I mentioned Sun Tzu before. You probably wonder, why did I mention that? And I was just thinking about that myself. Why did I bring that up? Now I remember. Sun Tzu said many things, but he said, if a man knows himself and knows his enemy, he need not fear 100 battles. If he knows himself, but not his enemy, or I think he said it the other way around, if he knows his enemy and not himself, he is a fool. And for every victory, he will suffer a defeat. And if he knows neither himself nor his enemy, he's an idiot. And he will suffer a defeat in every battle. Now, I added the words fool and idiot just to get some salt and pepper onto it, but that's basically what he said. You must know yourself and you must know your enemy. Well, I thought a lot about that. And I thought, well, that breaks down into two categories. That's the reason I mentioned it, is that the first category, know yourself, means to me it means, what are your principles? What do you believe in? I've already mentioned that. You have to believe in something, believe in liberty and freedom, not just believe in it, but know what it is and what it takes, these principles. What is the underlying, the pillars that hold that all together and make it work? You've got to know that, because our enemy knows exactly what he believes in, that the individual must be sacrificed for the greater good of the greater number, and many other things. We have no slogans like that to cover our stuff. So the first task, I thought, if you're going to build real opposition, is to know what we believe in. That's why the principles became the first project in my list of priorities. What do we believe in? And the next thing is, well, how do you make it work? You can believe in something, but then you have to make it work. You have to have the powers of influence to make it work. And this is, some of this you probably have heard me talk about before, but now that I'm on this track, I've got to finish it through. The power of influence, power. That's a scary word, isn't it? I remember when I first became aware of this, I was so concerned about the concentration of power. I used to think that's what I'm against, concentration of power in government, in any institution. Power is the problem, I thought. And it is a problem, but I thought it was the only problem. And so I remember the first few years of my activity in this movement, as a very young man, I was preaching against power, concentration of power, and rightly so. I'm not in favor of uncontrolled power, but I know that power must exist. The question I didn't know was, how do you control it? I'll come to that in a second. But I just thought it was power itself. I didn't realize that, no, power was like guns. You know, guns are dangerous. People get accidentally killed by guns. Criminals use guns. Children accidentally die from gun wounds. Why? The guns are terribly dangerous. The only thing more dangerous than having guns is not having guns. Oh, I get it finally. Yeah, this is sure, power is always dangerous. The electricity that's driving these lights, you don't want to grab hold of the wires, take advantage of the lights, but if you get rid of the power, you also get rid of the lights, you know? So the task is how to use power and control the dangerous aspects of it. Had anybody tried that in history? I still can't find any major example of anybody tackling that problem, except the founders of the American Constitution that touched on it for the first time in the Constitution. There were a lot of efforts of how do you control political power, but it was a beta model. No one in history that I'm aware of spent a lot of time worrying about how you control the power. It was all about, to whom do you give the power? It's got to be the good guy, not the bad guy. That's where that discussion has always gone, is the good guys versus the bad guys. And that's all you have to worry about, because if you're the good guys, then you can have all the power you want. And we're seeing that right now in America. The people that are supposed to be defenders of liberty are being praised because they're taking away the liberty of the American people in the name of fighting the bad guys. And then what they don't realize is that the bad guys behind their own movement who are convincing us to destroy what's left of the constitutional limitations on power. So we think it's great because we're the good guys, and they're going to win the next election, and they'll use the very rules and legislation that we applauded. They're going to use it against us. So we come back to Sun Tzu. What do you believe in? And then that's the ideology. We've covered it. Now our task is the methodology, and how do we do it and control that power that we're creating, because we sure as heck can't depend on even ourselves. Everybody in this room, all right, almost everybody in this room is susceptible to corruption. Oh, I won't even call it corruption. Susceptible to being controlled by the enemy. Everybody here. If somebody comes to you and say, you know, Mr. Smith, you have a beautiful wife and 2 great children, and we know where your children go to school and where your wife shops and so forth. It would be terribly, terribly sad if something happened to your family. And that sort of thing happens all the time. And good people, like most of us in this room, would probably be unable to deal with that in what we would want to do. We probably would fold in order to save the lives of our loved ones. Almost everybody can be reached.
So what's the smart thing? Don't trust anybody. Don't trust yourself. Write a constitution like Thomas Jefferson said, speak to me not of good men, rather let us chain men down by the chains of the Constitution. Don't talk to me about good men, he said. It's like if Jefferson were speaking in modern vernacular, he'd say, good men in public office, you got to be kidding. Are you crazy? And he would be right, because we know, people in this room at least know, that power, monetary power and cultural power, political power, power over individuals' influence, in other words, and money. Every time you find an institution that's loaded with money and influence and power over people, is going to be corrupted, because it's a magnet that attracts every con artist in the world. All would-be criminals want to be political representatives of some kind. In the bureaucracy or elected, they want to have the power so that they can do their criminal acts and not be punished. They'll be the ones that punish those who are trying to expose them. That's always happened in history. So, and what do we do about it? Do we say, well, we're not going to seek power, like I used to say? No. We have to say we need the power to take away the power of those bad guys, and we'll say it. And it's not just to turn it over to the good guys who we're going to say, that's us, whether it's true or not. We'll always claim it to be us. But to build a system where even we cannot be corrupted by it. And Jefferson's solution was to bind men down with the chains of the Constitution. So there was the beginning. That was the clue. That's how we do it. Can it be done? I don't know. It's never been tried, except the beta model, which we saw worked for a little while, and then it got corrupted because it was a beta model. What do you expect? I think it was a great step forward. And it was the path, it was the formula for the next step. When we win this phase of the battle we're in, we'll have a chance to go to step number 2 and create an improved constitution for the world, a constitution for all people in the world, not just in government, but at all institutions. And that will be my mission in life. And I would like to think that all you folks would want to help out a little bit on that one, if we could do it. Even if we can't do it, it's one hell of a job to try. Okay, that's all I really wanted to say. And the reason we had this session here is to kind of recruit you, those who can make it tomorrow. We're going to talk about, for a breakfast meeting, by the way, terribly expensive. It cost you $25 for breakfast. But we're going to have a breakfast meeting, and we're going to talk about the Red Pill University campuses. Because the idea of having a campus, which means the idea of having people, not on their computers, but out where the masses are, out where all the organizations are, the power centers of society. Our enemy has always been able to take those power centers over because they had people on the ground. Not sending letters or making phone calls, but forming organizations. And just look at all the fronts that our enemy has, you know. And they represent what appear to be both sides of an issue. They've got communists and the fascists fighting each other. And we think, well, which one do we want? We don't want either one. That's the whole idea. You got to choose one. This is right wing. This is left wing. This is Republican. This is Democrat. This is labor. This is investors or whatever. This is black. This is white. This is Jewish. This is Christian. This is I mean, they would divide us on everything if we let them. And they're masters at it. And they put their own people into the field, and they want to be our leaders. And we believe in them because they say what we want to hear. And we haven't realized that state of Jefferson where he said, you got to be kidding. Good men in office, good men to lead us. You know, take very much care with the people you follow. Don't just listen to what they say. Look at their whole bloody life career. See what they were raised in, what they've done before in their life, what positions they've had. What organizations have they affiliated with? What have they done with their life? to demonstrate that what they're saying now is true. And you'd be surprised how many times you find that their path is completely different in the past than it is from what they're talking about in the future. That's a hard thing to do. That's a hard thing to do because we want to believe. We want to believe. And I'm just going to tell you something very harsh. If you think a political party can do it, you've made a big mistake. Because political parties are designed just for the opposite. And I'd like to close this with just that thought on the political parties, because it applies very definitely to what we have in mind and what we will talk about tomorrow at greater length, what we have in mind for political action. I came away from all of this at one point thinking, well, political parties are no good. Well, they are no good, as they are now. You always have to think about it. Could they be better? Or are they just automatically doomed? No, there's nothing wrong with a political party. If it was organized correctly and it had certain principles, it's the principles that's wrong with political parties. Political parties are built on the ideology of the good guys versus the bad guys. That's the way they are built today. That's about all you have to know. Which side are you on? And the whole purpose of one side is to smear the other side so that you find yourself in the position that we have been for many decades. Americans don't vote for candidates. You know that. We don't vote for candidates in America. We vote against them. We go to the polls not because we like him and vote for him, but we hate the other guy worse. So we always vote for the lesser of two evils. We do not vote for candidates. We vote against candidates. That's what political parties are all about. It's who do you hate? Who is your enemy? You know, he's a bad guy. Look what he did. Oh, he's got 3 wives. Be a stupid thing to do, but I guess we have to find something wrong with his personal life, you know, or anything. You get my point. So why do we have to have a political party based on that? The good guys versus the bad guys. What if the political party was based on principles? Mm-hmm. We are not just Republicans or Democrats. We are individualists or something like that. What does that mean? Well, it means nothing until we explain it. But how do you explain being a Republican? What's the definition of Republican? Anybody? That everybody would agree on? No. Republicans and Democrats are the same thing. Same as the fascists and the Nazis are the same thing. So when we finish our long-term view of building a new society, a new political system, which it has to be, has to have political power, but that power will not be based upon good guys versus the bad guys. It'll be based on principles. And I had dreamed of this little title I think I put into the program. Don't vote for me. Remember that? It was in there somewhere. I thought, well, that might catch some attention. Did somebody think I'm running for office? No. I would never run for office for lots of reasons. But what I'm trying to make, the point I'm trying to make with that, don't vote for me, is this. If I were running for office as a candidate, that would be my slogan. Don't vote for me. And of course, people would say, are you crazy? You're running for office and you're saying don't vote for you? And then I would say, oh, I got your attention? All right, listen now, why I tell you that. Don't vote for me if you want me to take money from somebody else and give it to another party. Don't vote for me if you want to take away the privileges of the individual. And I'll list all of the goals that most people vote for. If you want me to vote for any of those things, don't vote for me, because I'm not going to do it. And then the question will come, well, don't you care? Don't you want to represent your constituency? Shouldn't people tell you what they want you to vote for? And I would say, no. The heck with that. What do I care what you want? It's what I want. I'll tell you what my principles are, and if you like them, then you can vote for me, because that's what I'm going to do when I get in office. And anybody that stands up and says, I listen to you. You tell me what you want, and I'll vote for you. Whatever you want me to do, vote for, I'll do that. That's a bad person. Mm-hmm. That means they can be bought.
Ed.
And I got to leave.
Hey.
I got to leave.
Here.
I'll leave you with that. Don't vote for me, but do come and become part of our movement.
Who do you love?
All right, that's
Who do
it.
you love, right?
That's
G.
it.
Edward
Thank
Griffin.
you. All right.
Ed, one of the coolest things that happened at this Red Pill Expo is like the inclusion of the creative arts and the music, people that have that background, the creative background. We need more of that.
Yes.
I think that you're inviting someone up.
I
to do a
certainly
little
am.
music.
Yeah.
So
This is Frank. This is Frank.
Frank?
I just
you
heard
coming
him
up?
play a little song for me outside a few minutes ago, and I asked
Yeah.
him if he'd be willing to come up.
He's going to play a song for us, and that'll lead us to the lunch break. And while we're on the lunch break, Ed and a number of our authors are going to be like a super signers, if you will, out at registration. So don't stop Ed when he's leaving. To get out, let him get out there and sign books for you guys.
But I'm going to
okay?
stay and listen here.
Yeah, all right. You want to stick around and listen? All
Okay,
right.
Frank. Thank
He's
you.
plugging in. Thank you, Ed.
Okay.
And once again, G. Edward Griffin, everybody, come on. All right. See if we can crank that up. Make sure that's going.
Yes.
Frank, you can tell us about the song.
Thank you guys for sticking around. Number one, give a big round of applause not only for Mr. Giefer, but all the organizers, Carlene, Toshina, all the vendors that are here. We're truly, truly grateful that you're a part of this event. This is an amazing community. But I tell people all the time that we're the ones that make this all happen. We meet new friends, and I've met some of the greatest friends of my life here. So take time to meet people, talk to people, find out where the connections are, and we can't wait for the next Red Pill. Mr. G asked me to play a quick song, so I appreciate all you guys and ladies sticking around. It's participatory. How many people have heard of Pink Floyd before? Yes. How many heard the song The Wall? Okay. All right. So there's a part where we need all of your participation. All the people that can't be here, we need to scream this out and make them feel like they're here as well. Because this part goes, hey, teacher. We know that part of the song? We're changing that to, hey, doctor. Okay. All right. And we're going to leave these kids alone. Okay. That's the first time we're going to do that. And the second time we're going to go, hey, pedos, leave them kids alone. Okay. So all listen to this part, and I'm going to jam this song real quick for everyone here. So Phil, when I put my hand up, that's when we scream out, hey, doctor, second verse, hey, pedos, okay? So here we go. We have any song? We have any sound here? Maybe not. I could use this microphone. You can hear it? You hear it? Okay. Check, check. It's working. We don't need no genetic experimentations. We don't need no thought patrol. No dark sarcasm in the newsroom. Doctors, leave our kids alone. Here we go. I said, hey, doctors, leave them kids alone. Stand up, stand tall, in this tyranny will fall. Stand up, stand tall. This tyranny will fall. We don't need no genetic experimentation. We don't need no thought control. No
We need more music like that, y'all. Thank you. Now get out there, have some wonderful lunch, get some books signed while we're here, and we'll be back here 2:15 for Dr. Brian Ardis. All right, big round of applause one more time.
Gee, Dad, can I ask you something?
Shoot, Chip.
Billy says his older brother's new phone is the niftiest thing he's ever seen. Says it practically reads his mind. Golly, is that even possible?
Possible, sure. Worth having, that's a different question.
What you mean? Wouldn't it be swell to have a phone that just... Gee, Dad, can I ask you something?
Shoot, Chip.
Billy says his older brother's new phone is the niftiest thing he's ever seen. Says it practically reads his mind. Golly, is that even possible?
Possible, sure. Worth having, that's a different question.
What you mean? Wouldn't it be swell to have a phone that just knows stuff about you?
Would it be swell if the mailman read every letter before he delivered it, Chip?
Gosh, no. That'd be kinda nosy.
That's the word for it, all right. Seems some folks forgot why that matters.
Remember when modern meant your life got easier, not watched?
That's why Mark 3.7 doesn't build it that way, son. The ghost phone doesn't go poking around in your business to seem clever. It just does what you ask of it. Nothing more.
Gee whiz. So it's not nosy at all?
Not one bit. Same with my ghost laptop right there on the table. Quiet as a Sunday afternoon.
Boy, that beats Billy's brother's phone by a mile.
I use mine for recipes and the church newsletter. It's never once tried to sell me something I didn't ask for.
So everybody in the house has one of these ghost things?
Whole house runs quieter for it, Chip. Always was the idea.
Some things never needed improving, just protecting.
Welcome to the Reality Zone, your ultimate source for knowledge and truth. At realityzone.com, we offer a wide selection of books, audios, and videos, all designed to educate, inform, and inspire. But more importantly, offers an alternative to the mainstream narrative fueled by corrupt government and institutional propaganda. Whether you're interested in freedom, health, money, or general knowledge, we have you covered. Discover our bestsellers like Creature from Jekyll Island, an eye-opening exploration into the world of banking and finance, and World Without Cancer, which challenges conventional views on health and disease, and much more thought-provoking content from G. Edward Griffin. Visit Reality Zone today and take the red pill. Step into a world of awareness where once the bell is rung, it can never be unrung. Plus, don't miss us at this year's Red Pill Expo that brings together experts and enthusiasts from around the world. Visit redpillexpo.org for more information. Check out realityzone.com today for these titles and exclusive Red Pill Expo content available on thumb drive for the first time ever. There will be great deals and discounts, all in time for holiday shopping.
In 1943, the government seized Nikola Tesla's most dangerous invention, a healing technology that threatened Big Pharma's entire empire. They buried it for 100 years, but it's back, and over 1,000 people worldwide are using it right now. When you join Tesla Club, you get your own Tesla plasma device, 5 times more powerful than the original Violet Ray and built to last. You join a private Telegram group where members share breakthroughs daily. Stroke recoveries, cancer reversals, chronic pain gone in minutes. These aren't stories. These are yesterday's posts. You get lifetime support from people who've been where you are. Technical guidance, therapeutic protocols, a group that actually understands. And you get access to hundreds of documented experiments, real members, real results, real transformations. No prescriptions, no waiting for permission, no begging doctors who don't believe you. Just you, your machine, and a movement taking health sovereignty back. We're Tesla Club, private science club for self-directed healing. Visit tzla.club. Join the revolution. Plasma.
It's back.
This is merely to introduce properly one Robert F. Williams, the president in exile of this Republic of New Africa and the author of The Crusader. Now here is what Robert Williams says. The lifeblood of U.S. capitalism is its productive capacity and its extensive commerce. If these two factors were to become paralyzed and rendered sterile, the orderly function of the government establishment would degenerate into a state of chaos, and the superstructure of the system would collapse. The more automated a society is, the more vulnerable it is to forces of calamity. What would highly mechanized America be without electrical power? What would it be without modern transportation? What would it be without its industrial capacity? And then, having asked these questions, Robert Williams proceeds to explain in minute detail exactly how to manufacture the devices that can be used by a mere handful of people to ensure that highly automated America will lose its electrical power, its modern transportation, and its industrial capacity. I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, that less than a dozen people, if they know what they're doing, can reduce any of our major cities into a helpless, seething mass of confusion, panic, and death. Just one person can poison the city's entire water supply, or destroy the main aqueduct, or blow up the principal pumping stations. And where would people in Los Angeles, for instance, get a drink of water if it didn't come out of a pipe? And how long can a human being survive without water? 4 or 5 days, perhaps? And long before that, there'd be tens of thousands of people dead in our cities, not from thirst, but because they were unable to defend what water they had from roving bands of desperate people who were dying of thirst. And that's thinking only of the loss of water. In your mind's eye, compound that with no food, no electricity, no way to dispose of sewage, no police protection, no water pressure to fight fires, no radio or TV, no telephone, no buses, no gasoline for your car, no way to escape, no place to go if you could. And don't think for a minute that the countryside would be immune from disaster either. In this issue of The Crusader, the communists call not only for extensive chaos within the cities, but for putting to the torch every village, every forest, every field, and every barn. The plan is for raging fires from one city to the next. The reason? Well, first, there's the value of sheer destruction. Secondly, it would force us to deploy our defenses and rescue units over the widest possible area. The communists point out that as long as our police and National Guard remain concentrated, they're invincible. But if they can be forced to spread out over the entire city and into the countryside as well, then they can be picked off from ambush one by one. And the third value of massive fire to the communists is psychological. The average American, they say, soft and decadent, when he sees billows of black smoke rising from one horizon to the other, when at night the only light he has to see by is the flickering red from flames leaping into the sky, He'll become paralyzed with fear and panic. He'll run away and hide and do nothing to interfere with the guerrilla bands as they strike at the community's power centers. The Crusader explains how to set up sniper units in crowded metropolitan areas, how to manufacture jumbo Molotov cocktails, the gallon jug size, and how to mix the gasoline with certain ingredients to make it burn like napalm, how to pour gasoline into utility manholes in the streets to set fire to the main telephone cables, how to put sulfur tips from matches into air conditioning units and blow up large buildings, how to ignite gas mains and oil storage tanks. It explains how radio-controlled model airplanes can be used to fly explosive heavily guarded fences into gasoline storage areas or munition stockpiles.
You take the red pill and find out how deep the rabbit hole goes. Welcome to the truth.
Hey, this is Amalia with Growth Factor, and right next to me is one of the most famous men on the globe. That's how I always talk about G. Edward Griffin. He's now 94, and around 94 is when he wrote one of the most famous books on the planet, The Creature from Jekyll Island. And every year he has Red Pill University. Can you tell us the next one and what it's all about?
People that are already outside of the matrix, and they offer them the red pill. If they take the red pill, then suddenly they're out of the matrix and they can see life the way it really is. But if they don't want to see life the way it really is, and wouldn't you know, a lot of people don't like reality. They rather have the illusions. If you don't want reality, you can take your blue pill and you just stay in that dream state forever. I thought it was a great idea to have an Expo conference and deliver a lot of very knowledgeable people who can talk about discovering the red pill in their own personal lives. And a lot of these people are professionals and high up in the professions. We've got doctors and lawyers and teachers, and we got common people that sell things and from all walks of life. And it's particularly interesting when you deal with people in the political world and in the world of healthcare.
Infectant, where it knocks it out in a minute.
Chlorine dioxide has so many mechanisms of action.
Chlorine dioxide. That every cupboard in this country should have chlorine dioxide. Chlorine dioxide. Chlorine dioxide.
Chlorine dioxide is super awesome. Pierre Corey has a new book that I've read about the history of chlorine dioxide, and you're featured.
The wellness blanket is made top and bottom with 100% organic cotton, and the middle is energy reflecting material. So you're fully wrapped in it. It's kind of like a mirror effect where the good strong energies are bouncing back to heal the weak, and then your immune system kicks in and puts the body into parasympathetic so your body can actually heal itself. It started back in the 1960s in Russia. So the cosmonauts are in their spacesuits, and the scientists take apart the spacesuit and they realize in the spacesuit are these energy reflecting materials. And then in the 1990s, they took that technology in Russia and they put it into a blanket. They wanted something that the general public could also benefit from. Yeah, so we have really seen people that haven't slept in years and now they can sleep again. If your body is wrapped in that blanket, it's just that powerful cocoon where your body's just immune to all that outside interference. And I think when that happens, you can really rest and sleep deeply. Like you were saying, you dream and you wake up. I know for me, when I wake up, I am so refreshed. So you're going to go ahead and lay down on it. And then it's going to cover you. This is the standard blanket. Again, you want to make sure the plain side is next to the body so that energy reflecting materials are acting like a gentle infrared sun.
The last few months since I've been working with more autism families, these children are so calm, relaxed. They can sleep. The parents can sleep, which is so important. One of the moms took the blanket home with her, and her son is using it in his therapy. The therapist said that it usually takes 8 hours for her to get as deep as she was able to get with him in 30 minutes, just laying on top of the blanket. These pets love their wellness blanket. I have a friend who is also an affiliate, Dr. Carey. She has a little dog. He's about 9 years old. He has arthritis in his hip. So when she got a blanket several months ago, she would have to pick him up and put him on the bed so he could sleep with her. But 2 weeks, he can now jump up again, and he's not showing that pain that he used to have. One of the most important things with the wellness blanket is that we keep it dry. And when you buy your wellness blanket, it will say here, dry clean only, do not get wet. I'm going to go to thewellnessblanket.com. I always tell people don't forget because if you just put in wellness blanket, you won't find us. So it's thewellnessblanket.com. Make sure you put in blanket 10 for 10% off.
Former KGB operative Yuri Bezmenov defected to the United States and became an American citizen. In this interview, he describes the 4 stages of ideological subversion used by the Communist Party to take over the United States.
When the Soviets used the phrase ideological subversion, what do they mean by it?
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate 1 generation of students in the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism, American patriotism. The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. For the last 25 years, actually it's overfulfilled, because demoralization now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before, exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat bottom. When a military boot crashes his balls, then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization. The next stage is destabilization. This time, subverter does not care about your ideas and the patterns of your consumption. Whether you eat junk food and get fat and flabby, doesn't matter anymore. This time, and it takes only from 2 to 5 years to destabilize a nation. It's what matters is essential: economy, foreign relations, defense systems. And you can see it quite clearly that in some areas, in such sensitive areas as defense and economy, the influence of Marxist-Leninist ideas in the United States is absolutely fantastic. I could never believe it 14 years ago when I landed in this part of the world that the process will go that fast. The next stage, of course, is crisis. It may take only up to 6 weeks to bring a country to the verge of crisis. You can see it in Central America now. And after crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy, you have so-called the period of normalization. It may last indefinitely. Normalization is a cynical expression borrowed from Soviet propaganda. When the Soviet tanks moved into Czechoslovakia in '68, Comrade Brezhnev said, "Now the situation in brotherly Czechoslovakia is normalized." This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all these shocks to bring the country to crisis, to promise people all kind of goodies and the paradise on earth, to destabilize your economy, to eliminate the principle of free market competition, and to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C., with benevolent dictators like Walter Mondale, who will promise lots of things, never mind whether the promises are fulfillable or not. Your leftists in United States, all these professors and all these beautiful civil rights defenders, they are instrumental in the process of the subversion only to destabilize the nation. When their job is completed, they are not needed anymore. They know too much. Some of them, when they get disillusioned, when they see that Marxist-Leninists come to power, obviously they get offended. They think that they will come to power. That will never happen, of course. They will be lined up against the wall and shot. But they may turn into the most bitter enemies of Marxist-Leninists when they come to power. And that's what happened in Nicaragua. You remember most of these former Marxist-Leninists were either put to prison or one of them split, and now he's working against Sandinistas. It happened in Grenada when Maurice Bishop was already a Marxist. He was executed by a new Marxist who was more Marxist than this Marxist. Same happened in Afghanistan when first there was Taraki, he was killed by Amin, then Amin was killed by Babrak Karmal with the help of KGB. Same happened in Bangladesh when Mujibur Rahman, very pro-Soviet leftist, was assassinated by his own Marxist-Leninist military comrades. It's the same pattern everywhere. The time bomb is ticking. With every second, the disaster is coming closer and closer. Unlike myself, you will have nowhere to defect to.
Infectant that knocks it out in a minute.
Chlorine dioxide has so many mechanisms of action.
The war on chlorine dioxide. That every cupboard in this country should have chlorine dioxide. Chlorine dioxide. Chlorine dioxide.
Chlorine dioxide is super awesome. Pierre Corey had a book that I read about the history of chlorine dioxide, and you're featured.
Meet G. Edward Griffin,
a renowned author and researcher who has uncovered truths that have changed the way we understand the world. His groundbreaking book, The Creature from Jekyll Island, takes you on a thrilling journey into the secret world of the Federal Reserve. It's a detective story, but everything is true. This is essential reading for anyone curious about the origins and impact of our monetary system. In World Without Cancer, Griffin challenges the conventional understanding of health, presenting compelling evidence that cancer is linked to a deficiency in a natural compound that can be found in 1,400 edible plants, but which have been deleted from modern diets due to their slightly bitter taste, such as is found in apple seeds. This book explores alternative perspectives that can defeat cancer simply by restoring small amounts of this substance to our daily diet. At realityzone.com, you'll find these best-selling titles and a collection of other thought-provoking works as well. From history and health to economics and geopolitics, there's something for everyone with a curious mind. Visit realityzone.com to discover exclusive offers when books are bundled, save up to 20%, and unlock deeper insights into the world around us.
Hey, this is Robert Scott Bell. You probably are sick of seeing me as the MC for the Red Pill Expo, but what can I say? I can't say no to Ed. What are you going to say? G. Edward Griffin calls you. So love you all. Appreciate you so much. Many of you might know me from the Robert Scott Bell Show. I've been doing this show for over 25 years in broadcast media. Yes, you have a friend in the media that has been red-pilled and been red-pilling for decades. Oh, not as long as Ed, but hey, I'll take a fraction of that. That's okay. Also, I'm a homeopath. What does that mean? Don't be frightened. It means I bring the power to heal back to you where it belongs. It's not like I have it and give it to you. I just remind you of where it's originating from and then kind of tap you into some of those things that you're never going to hear about in the mainstream legacy media. No pharmaceutical pills here, no shots needed, nothing like that. I'm on 6 days a week, believe it or not. Yes, 6 days a week. So beyond the Red Pill Expo, you can still catch me up 2 hours every day, Monday through Friday live, additional hour on Sundays. Where do you listen? Where do you watch it? Come on over to robertscottbell.com, and then there's a listen or live or watch live link. It's just /live, and you can see that here on the video. Now, another thing I like to do, because I don't sell products on my show, I certainly talk about the things I believe in. I consider them RSB approved. I've been at this for so long. So if you want to learn about how to get healthy and stay healthy, there's a whole section on the website you can see here, Products We Love section, and just click on anything to get discounts, the best stuff available for you, whether it be supplements, services, different things like that. There's a lot to learn, and I've been doing it for so long. I still have more to learn, but I love to teach as well. Also, one of the things I talk about, economic healing. You guys maybe don't know about this, but the United Precious Metals Association, which is one of the links we have here, you can set up a free account. It's like having your own trust. Just with an email, you could set up your kids, your grandkids. They can start saving in real money, sound money, gold, silver, gold backs. And that's available there for free. And we have that link up in the Products We Love section at robertscottbell.com. There's also so much more, including once a month, I meet with you, those of you who are really interested in learning more, with a Patreon support page. Thank you for supporting this message of health, freedom, and healing liberty. You can get more, you can give more. And that is with our Patreon page. We have a monthly meeting via Zoom where we see one another. You can submit questions that I can't answer into the public's domain, but in that private group, you can plug in and learn a lot as well. Wonderful opportunity there. So there's so much happening here at the Red Pill Expo. I just want to remind you that beyond the Red Pill Expo, we can stay in touch. We can keep the red pill bouncing, so to speak, and bring the power to heal back where it belongs with each and every one of you. So thank you to G. Edward Griffin and the crew at the Red Pill Expo for supporting this message of health, freedom, and healing liberty. And you'll always have a home here with me on the Robert Scott Bell Show, robertscottbell.com.
Welcome to Reality Zone, the official store for Red Pill University and Red Pill Expo, where we invite you to embark on a transformative journey toward uncovering the truths that lie beneath the surface of our modern society. Inspired by the powerful message of Take the Red Pill, our mission is to empower individuals to break free from the illusions propagated by fake news, corrupt politics, and institutional propaganda. Our carefully curated selection of books and recordings addresses the critical issues of freedom, health, and financial independence. Learn how elitist agendas threaten your rights and discover the healing power of nature, challenging the influence of big pharma. Explore the complex world of money and banking to reveal hidden systems affecting your wealth and liberty. Step into the reality zone, take the red pill, and embrace the knowledge that transforms your understanding of the world. But once you take the red pill, the illusion can never be restored. Once you enter the reality zone, you can never return to the twilight zone from which you came.
From the desk of G. Edward Griffin comes a powerful revelation. The chasm, collectivism versus individualism, the issue behind all issues. Collectivists are those who advocate collectivism, the belief that the group is more important than the individual, and that individuals must be sacrificed, if necessary, for the greater good of the greater number. Individualists are those who advocate individualism, the belief that the individual is more important than the group, because the group is merely an abstraction and exists only to the extent that individuals exist, and that the defense of individual rights is the greater good of the greater number. Dive into this concise 48-page work that lays bare the conflict shaping our world today. The chasm, collectivism versus individualism, at chasm.realityzone.com. Have you ever wondered why so much of what you hear in the media feels filtered or even manipulated? The truth is, most major news outlets are controlled by collectivists, people who think it's their duty to shape what you believe. So the common man ends up with a so-called correct opinion. At needtoknow.news, we do things differently. We provide unfiltered news and commentary as an antidote to the mainstream's newspeak. Here, there are no distractions with sports or celebrity gossip. Instead, we focus on what truly matters: your freedom, your health, and your financial security. And while we stand for individualism, we promise this: we'll never twist the facts just to fit our view. Even if the truth is uncomfortable, we'll report it anyway and let truth have its voice. Join thousands who refuse to be misled. Sign up for the needtoknow.news newsletter today and start seeing the world as it really is.
Gee, Dad, can I ask you something?
Shoot, Chip.
Billy says his older brother's new phone is the niftiest thing he's ever seen. Says it practically reads his mind. Golly, is that even possible?
Possible, sure. Worth having, that's a different question.
What you mean? Wouldn't it be swell to have a phone that just knows stuff about you?
Would it be swell if the mailman read every letter before he delivered it, Chip?
Gosh, no. That'd be kind of nosy.
That's the word for it, all right. Seems some folks forgot why that matters.
Remember when modern meant your life got easier, not watched?
That's why Mark 3.7 doesn't build it that way, son. The ghost phone doesn't go poking around in your business to seem clever. It just does what you ask of it, nothing more.
Gee whiz. So it's not nosy at all?
Not one bit. Same with my ghost laptop right there on the table. Quiet as a Sunday afternoon.
Boy, that beats Billy's brother's phone by a mile.
I use mine for recipes and the church newsletter. It's never once tried to sell me something I didn't ask for.
So everybody in the house has one of these ghost things?
Whole house runs quieter for it, Chip. Always was the idea.
Some things never needed improving, just protecting.
Welcome to the Reality Zone, your ultimate source for knowledge and truth. At realityzone.com, we offer a wide selection of books, audios, and videos, all designed to educate, inform, and inspire. But more importantly, offers an alternative to the mainstream narrative fueled by corrupt government and institutional propaganda. Whether you're interested in freedom, health, money, or general knowledge, we have you covered. Discover our bestsellers like Creature from Jekyll Island, an eye-opening exploration into the world of banking and finance, and World Without Cancer, which challenges conventional views on health and disease, and much more thought-provoking content from G. Edward Griffin. Visit Reality Zone today and take the red pill. Step into a world of awareness where once the bell is rung, it can never be unrung. Plus, don't miss us at this year's Red Pill Expo that brings together experts and enthusiasts from around the world. Visit redpillexpo.org for more information. Check out realityzone.com today for these titles and exclusive Red Pill Expo content available on thumb drive for the first time ever. There will be great deals and discounts all in time for holiday shopping.
In 1943, the government seized Nikola Tesla's most dangerous invention, a healing technology that threatened Big Pharma's entire empire. They buried it for 100 years, but it's back, and over 1,000 people worldwide are using it right now. When you join Tesla Club, you get your own Tesla plasma device, 5 times more powerful than the original Violet Ray and built to last. You join a private Telegram group where members share breakthroughs daily. Stroke recoveries, cancer reversals, chronic pain gone in minutes. These aren't stories. These are yesterday's posts. You get lifetime support from people who've been where you are. Technical guidance, therapeutic protocols, a group that actually understands. And you get access to hundreds of documented experiments, real members, real results, real transformations. No prescriptions, no waiting for permission, no begging doctors who don't believe you. Just you, your machine, and a movement taking health sovereignty back. We're Tesla Club, private science club for self-directed healing. Visit tzla.club. Join the revolution. Plasma.
It's back!
This is merely to introduce properly one Robert F. Williams, the president in exile of this Republic of New Africa and the author of The Crusader. Now here is what Robert Williams says. The lifeblood of U.S. capitalism is its productive capacity and its extensive commerce. If these two factors were to become paralyzed and rendered sterile, the orderly function of the government establishment would degenerate into a state of chaos, and the superstructure of the system would collapse. The more automated a society is, the more vulnerable it is to forces of calamity. What would highly mechanized America be without electrical power? What would it be without modern transportation? What would it be without its industrial capacity? And then, having asked these questions, Robert Williams proceeds to explain in minute detail exactly how to manufacture the devices that can be used by a mere handful of people to ensure that highly automated America will lose its electrical power, its modern transportation, and its industrial capacity. I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, that less than a dozen people, if they know what they're doing, can reduce any of our major cities into a helpless, seething mass of confusion, panic, and death. Just one person can poison the city's entire water supply, or destroy the main aqueduct, or blow up the principal pumping stations. And where would people in Los Angeles, for instance, get a drink of water if it didn't come out of a pipe? And how long can a human being survive without water? 4 or 5 days, perhaps? But long before that, there'd be tens of thousands of people dead in our cities, not from thirst, but because they were